All right, today is Wednesday, October 18th at 7 p.m. This is our regularly scheduled town council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Can you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, item number 3 is roll call. Jody, could you please call the roll?
Council Slider,
Here.
Council Tucci.
Here.
Council Shu,
Here.
Council McGee,
Here.
Council Hamel,
Here.
Council Katarina.
Here.
And Chairman Anderson,
Here.
all present.
Next is item number 4, general public comment. If there's anybody who would like to comment on anything not on the agenda, if you could please come up to the podium or raise your hand online. And if you state your name and address for the record, you'd have 3 minutes to speak.
Jim Pritchard from Maple Avenue. And yes, I'm one of the stupid ones that combine the school and the street problems together. I have a number of issues I'd like to raise, but I'm going to concentrate on the traffic in the Green Acres area. A week ago, I came home from work at 3:45. I used the spur, came down Green Acres. I saw a woman down at Elmwood crossing. She was about quarter of the way across when a white pickup truck came down Elmwood from Maple, never stopped. And how he missed that woman and the carriage is beyond me. Tonight, coming up here, I left my house, went to Elmwood. A car coming down from Route 1 never stopped at Elmwood and took a right onto Elmwood. We have to do something about the traffic in the Green Acres area. Don't want studies. They've been studying that area since 1988, I know of. And the calmest that development is when we had the drainage ditches and rough roads. Nobody used it then. They've narrowed the street, zigzag crosswalks. Nothing is slowing them down. Somebody is going to get killed. We've talked to the police department. They say we can't put raised tables in for traffic calming. We go to a meeting on schools. What's one of the options for Sawyer Street? Raised crosswalks. Town engineer says, send us your comments. We'll send it to the transportation committee for them to study. We don't need any more studies. We need to make that area safe. I don't know what it's going to take. I'm not dependent on the council because it's not one of their pet projects. But the town manager is supposed to protect all of us. So what I would like to know, what is the procedure to get the raised tables? I'd like to see the old speed bumps concaved. That would certainly slow people down, but they're outlawed. But we can do raised tables, speed humps, speed bumps, raised crosswalks, call them whatever you want. But we need to do something before somebody gets killed. I'm in hopes I can get an answer to what is the process to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking online. If there's anybody online who would like to speak, if you raise your hand, I'll call on you. If you would like to go ahead and go.
My name is Julia Plunkett. I too live on Maple Ave. Read a lot lately, and I guess I too am misinformed. But as long as Maple Ave and that area is sort of under consideration, lightly, firmly, whatever you want to call it, I'm definitely opinionated about it. I have lived on Maple Ave since 2017. I know Jimmy and his family. I know a number of other families on the street as well. I have a 1-year-old. 2 weeks ago, I was almost hit by a truck as I was walking. I have never experienced that to that degree before. It was really frightening, but that's Maple Ave right now. I've spent the last few days door-to-door canvassing my neighbors because I know that I'm not isolated or alone in this feeling of being unsafe. I wouldn't dare walk in my neighborhood after dark. And it's not because I don't trust my neighbors. It's not because I don't feel physically safe, as far as other people being in the neighborhood and anything like that. I don't trust that Maple Ave is sort of this unofficial cut through at the moment. And well, not at the moment, it has been for years. And I don't trust that I am physically safe to be walking at night in my neighborhood. After speaking with about a dozen neighbors so far, we're planning on canvassing the entirety of Maple Avenue and then working our way up Elmwood and Sunset because they receive a lot of this cut through traffic. I don't know if any of you live in that area, but what ends up happening is you hit the light by the medical building and the vet, and then it is a race because technically if you're driving the speed limit, you're going to take Sunset. That's going to get you to that stop sign first, and you're going to be able to safely traverse Maple Ave. People really love to race it all day. While I was canvassing yesterday, I actually am speaking to somebody, and they are, so furious at how unsafe Maple Ave is, that there are no speed tables, no speed bumps, humps, lumps, whatever you want to call them. And as we're discussing this, we watch someone absolutely crank through Elmwood or from Maple Ave through the Elmwood stop sign. So I'm echoing what Jimmy's saying. I have cataloged these conversations, so I know I am so far away from being alone in this. But we need speed tables. We need lit up stop signs. I'm not sure what else the community or people commuting from Route 1 to 114 or vice versa need. But Maple Ave has been increasingly unsafe as development has occurred, and it needs to be addressed before someone is killed. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, this is general public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience who would like to offer comment on something that's not on the agenda, now's the time to do so. Anyone online? All right, oh, I see someone online who raised their hand. Rory Benjamin, I'm going to allow you to talk. You might have to unmute your phone.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, and if you just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, absolutely. Rory Benjamin, excuse me, I live at number 68 Maple Ave. I would just echo what the other two commenters mentioned in terms of issues on Maple Ave. It's a long-standing problem. I've lived on that street for a number of years now. And I'm speaking only out of personal experience and not on behalf of my employer. I would add that I have 18 years of law enforcement experience, and I would encourage the council to look at solutions that focus around environmental design on how to control traffic, speed, and whatnot. So whether that be, whatever's in the traffic calming policy, whether that's raised tables, something along those lines. I have the utmost respect for Scarborough Police Department, but we're a big town. They have a lot going on. They can't be there 24/7. And in my experience, it's a Band-Aid to have them there every now and then. People slow down while the police car is there. The police car leaves, and then it goes back to normal again. I've found that really the only methods that really can control traffic are the environmental designs, talking about speed bumps, speed tables, things along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to offer general public comment?
Tim Lambert, 12 Irish Drive. Not related to Maple Ave, although I definitely have been following along and I sympathize with Maple Ave. Where I live, Pine Point Road can get very busy and, we feel ignored too sometimes. But that's not really why, I'm talking right now. Actually, I just want to commend the two folks, besides Councillor Anderson and Councillor Katarina, who have decided to run for council, because I know that especially this year, there's been a lot of grumbling online about things that are happening in town with calls to replace the current councilors. And so I was a little surprised that there were only so few new people on the ballot, just 2 people on the ballot. Councillor Seither wrote a great piece last year about running uncontested, pointing out that uncontested elections make people feel local government doesn't represent their interests. And I think a lot of people, as far as I could see online, would probably agree with that. We only have 4 candidates running for 4 seats. And I'm guilty as anyone else. I know any one of us could have run. I know it's not a glamorous job. Can't make friends without making enemies. And I know it's a time-consuming responsibility. And I think, while many of us talk a big talk online, Mr. Doherty and Mr. Cushing stepped up and decided to run. So just thank you and good luck. Thank you for running and good luck to all the candidates on November 7th.
Is there anyone else online or in the room who would like to offer general public comment? No, then I'm gonna close general public comment, moving to item number 5 minutes from our October 4th, 2023 Town Council meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next item is item number 5, adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? No? All right, item number 6, items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those right before the meeting. Item number 8 is town manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a number of items to report on this evening. Let's start with the school building project update, just in terms of my involvement. I continue to be active in working on the searching for the best solution for the easterly access to the school site. That's kind of taken a number of different angles. I should mention to those that weren't part of it, but there was I'll call it a neighborhood meeting, but it was really a public meeting. Neighborhood in that we sent out 250 invitations to those that live either on Sawyer Road or access their homes off Sawyer Road. By my count, we had over 100 people in attendance at the classroom next door. And at one point we had over 50 online as well. So we had pretty good participation, I would say. Many of the counselors were there. I'm not sure it was terribly productive, just given the size and kind of the subject matter. We did tend to ramble a bit, just as those meetings tend to do. And I think it made a lot of sense to kind of let the conversation go where the attendees wanted to take it. I have authored and sent a letter as a follow-up to those same 250 folks. I presume, roughly half of them were in attendance. I don't know for sure, but just to clarify some of the points that were raised at the meeting. One thing that seems clear to me, though it's not my decision to make in the end, it does seem as though Sawyer Road is likely to be the collector road, if you will, that will service at least the interim solution for an access road if we're able to accomplish one. And I say that just appreciating that the other angles that we're pursuing that potentially have a road going all the way out to Gorham Road are far more complicated in many respects from a private landowner point of view, cooperation from private landowners, and also permitting. So if this project is to get approval and to move forward, it appears to me that Sawyer Road is likely to be involved, at least in the near term. So I just want to be, I guess, clear about that. Again, that decision will be made in the coming months, but the clock is ticking in that regard. With regard to one of those access points that we're pursuing, I think I've reported in the past for Trackview Terrace. This is an area that's been offered to us if we wish to use it. And what we've been doing over the last several weeks is using our legal team to better understand the legal ownership and rights, legal rights for use in that area. Counselor Anderson, Chairman Anderson, and I did have a chance to chat briefly with our town attorney regarding that, and he's promised a memo by the end of next week. We have promised and will certainly follow through to convene a meeting with at least the 5 property owners that are in the immediate area. And then perhaps we'll be sharing the information out. It'll certainly be public information. So things are continuing to move. The council is well aware there's a number of different so-called buyer's obligations in the purchase option agreement, 4 of which are in first reading on your agenda this evening. All of these items are culminating at your next meeting on November 8th. And I guess a final update in that regard. I did have the occasion to engage with the Finance Committee last week at their meeting regarding if we find ourselves needing to make the option payment, which will commence the 1st of December. The Finance Committee considered a number of options we provided and does have a recommendation that I'll be bringing to the council at your meeting on November 15th for your consideration. In terms of election, just to give you an update, generally speaking, and the town clerk can certainly speak to this better than I can from a historical point of view, but it does appear to be fairly low turnout so far. As of the end of business today, we've issued 1,859 ballots, of which 787 have been returned. 2/3 of those roughly have actually voted in person here. The other ones have been sent back by mail. So that means over 1,000 are still outstanding. We have about 2.5 weeks to election day. It typically does pick up between now and election day, but still from our outlook, it does seem to be relatively low at this point. So hopefully things turn around in that regard. With respect to the Eastern Trail Close the Gap project, the CSX, things are still going, I think, very well with the railroad. They have determined that they are able and willing to issue a quitclaim deed, and that will be more than satisfactory for us to make final application for our permits and proceed with the project. So I have not seen the signed deed yet, but very pleased with that progress. And just today, Randy Hogan, someone that perhaps councilors know, Randy's also involved. She wears many, many hats, but she's also involved with the Eastern Trail Management District. They are currently without an executive director. And so Randy is interested in kind of getting engaged wearing that hat, and I'll certainly involve her in our internal meetings as well. With respect to impact fees, the council, I believe last meeting, we did have a workshop. Staff has considered the input, and I'm anticipating that we may need to check back in with you before we actually bring an ordinance to you. So I'll work with future leadership. Tentatively, I'm tagging a workshop for December 6th. But we could be flexible. We're pretty much ready to go whenever, but I think we would like one final piece of input from council before we bring it forward in formal ordinance format. We also want to engage kind of the development community. We think it's wise just to make them aware of the methodologies that we've used and receive that input. I think that just makes for a better final product in the end. So that timeline will give us time to engage that community before it comes forward formally. For those on council and the public that have been paying attention for several years, there was a contract zone approval that permits an Acura dealership on the corner of Higas Parkway and Payne Road at exit 42. You might have noticed at long last, after 3 years or so, that site is actually active. One of the items included in that contract zone approval as part of their demonstration of public benefit is the creation of I'll call it a welcome to Scarborough sign. I think it's just simply going to say Scarborough. If you can picture coming off exit 42, you look directly at the site and it will kind of flank the front leading edge of that property. So staff has been working with the site contractor in terms of location of that sign and design. Essentially, it will be a stone veneered or stone of some sort, roughly 50 feet long, kind of arcing around the corner with columns at the end, I think measuring 42 inches in height, and the sign will be 32 inches. And we haven't determined the final size of the letters, but they need to be fairly sizable, so they're legible. So we're pleased with the progress and attention that's been shown so far. As soon as we have renderings, we'll certainly share that with the council. East Grand Avenue, Councilor Hamel can attest to this. It's been months under construction, I think, longer than I think anyone had hoped or expected. Nonetheless, I believe final paving either has occurred or is imminent at this point.
Today, yeah.
Today. The final piece will be for the state to come in and do some of the striping. It'll be the fog lines on the side. Yet the town is responsible for painting any on-street parking spaces, and that's something we knew and understood. We've done some analysis of the historical layout of parking in that area and looked at some of the state and federal regulations and from a safety point of view, and we'll be proposing to remove 4 existing spaces. These are spaces that are really too close to some of the existing roads and block some of the site distance up or down. The other thing that we looked at was employing the same sort of safety analysis to every driveway opening, which is a far greater number. That would have yielded the loss of 34 spaces in total. And just having been through these sorts of conversations in the past, access to the beach is important. We're trying to strike that balance to provide for safety situation, but also afford the most access we can at the same time. So that's the plan at this point. Line painting at this time of year is touch and go. It's very weather dependent. It obviously needs to be dry outside and it needs to be above 50 degrees. So we'll be looking for that window to accomplish the work. And I guess the final piece is we think it's important to get those spaces delineated this year. If not, we fear that there'll be parking on those nice days, certainly in the early spring and maybe late fall, where folks are encroaching unsafely into areas. So from an enforcement point of view, delineated spaces make it far easier, obviously. There has been conversation among staff, and I've heard from a number of counselors since the Downs provided their last annual update based on their progress. Staff is interested in redoing the fiscal model. This is something we did before they even started as part of the credit enhancement agreement discussion. We now have 5 years of actual experience. We now, I think, have a better handle on cost to serve, and we certainly can update with updated budget numbers. So we're anxious to rerun that model and see how things look in terms of what the future, what it projects in terms of future reimbursement and such. So we do expect to dig into that work. In all honesty, I think it's going to be early to mid-December before it's available. I know Karen Martin, who will be certainly one of the lead members of staff working on that, has reached out to Councillor Clucci, given his unique skill set. Her interest, and I wholeheartedly agree, is to create a more user-friendly kind of output of this model, more of a dashboard. And I don't want to speak for Councillor Clucci, but I think indications are that he's willing to spend some time, perhaps. Perhaps. I'll take perhaps. That's a few last minute things. Curbside collection. This is the program the town rolled out back in early 2008, just before I started, actually. These are the bins that we all are given as property owners for recycling and also household waste. The ordinance that governs all of this, it was very clear. And again, I wasn't part of the discussion, but the ordinance is very clear in my review of it, is that condo associations and private roads are, expressly kind of exempt from this. And in part, private roads, there's a state law that prohibits us from spending public funds on private property. So that makes perfect sense. The accommodation there, and perhaps you'll see it, and some of you may be affected by this, is that those that live on private roads will still be issued a can, but they have to bring them out to the public street. Usually it's a more rural road. And the condo associations have typically made arrangements with their own hauler for waste. The reason I bring this up, a major hauler in the area, RW Herrick, has made many different associations aware that they are going to discontinue that service for them. So Our phone has been ringing. By my count, there's 15 or so either private roads or condo associations that appear to be affected. And so I just want to put it on your radar screen. Though the ordinance is quite clear in the prohibition, it also provides some level of flexibility. But this is not a simple or cheap endeavor for us to kind of forge into this. So I want to be engage the council fully in these discussions. And we'll know more in the next coming days and weeks for sure. With respect to Piper Shores, I think council's aware back in late June, they did open the meadows. This is 51 or 2 additional independent units across the street from the main campus. Part of that process included a trail crossing sign across Spurwink Road, which is in effect. And now that there are residents living at the meadows, there have been concerns and some complaints apparently to administration there regarding safety. And for councilors that were involved in that, there are some state laws that really limited what can be done from a pedestrian safety point of view. But we have, the engineer and myself did have conversations with the administration at Piper Shores this week, and we'll continue to talk to see if there's any solutions, but just wanted to make you aware. The Housing Alliance, I've been able to arrange tours for Jocelyn Place. This is South Portland Housing Authority's project behind Town and Country, and Village Commons, which is over on the site of the old public safety building, are both kind of tracking on a similar timeline and are both ready for tours. So the Alliance will be touring both those facilities at their next meeting on October 25th. We'll be meeting first at Village Commons at 5:15. Anyone who's interested can certainly show up. I think you do need to have proper safety gear, so we may be limited in that regard, but certainly we'll be interested to see those facilities, and I'll report back at your next meeting. And lastly, just want to mention grand openings. Hannaford store up on Payne Road open on October 6th to great fanfare. The Downs Town Center groundbreaking is October 25th at noon. And then Costco at this point, and I think it's a definite, their grand opening is November 17th. So a lot of things have happened or will happen this fall. With that, I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions for Tom?
I have one. Regarding the trash pickup and Herrick discontinuing service, and
Mhm.
you may not be able to answer that, was Herrick giving information on other providers to these condo associations in particular?
I'm not aware. I saw the communication they sent out to all the entities. I'm not aware. I have spoken to a number of them. They have taken it upon themselves to seek out other options.
Okay,
And apparently, there are options, but they're far
Right.
more expensive. And so I think
Right.
understandably, they're at least exploring, is there potential for the town to be involved in one respect or another?
okay, thanks.
Councilor Hamel?
Yes, I had a couple of questions. One related to the easterly access evaluation. It just never ceases to amaze me in spite of the feedback that we've been getting about this easterly access and the fact that it's by no means final yet. We are still moving ahead with it. And to hear this town manager speak as if, well, this is still, what we're going to do, I think is frankly outrageous. Okay, I think you've heard people who got up here and just repeated how they felt about near misses on people's lives at stake. And that involves not only Sawyer Road, but Maple Avenue. I drove Maple Avenue again this morning and I saw children, everywhere at bus stops and a series of stop signs that, that really don't slow down traffic. So the fact that we can just say that, well, we heard the feedback and we had a meeting that was very vocal, in which residents expressed themselves full-heartedly. And to hear this kind of reaction, I think is just simply unacceptable. And if we add Tom, I will give Tom credit. He's always kind of referred to like the holy trinity, of successful town management is dealing with trash pickup, schools and dogs on the beach. But I would add parking as a fourth aspect of that, maybe a holy, quadrant. that parking issue is explosive, okay? And it is not unique to Pine Point. It is an issue that affects the entire town. So him suggesting that we're going to reduce the number of spaces on East Grand Avenue in Pine Point by half is absurd, okay? There are obligations that we have to follow in terms of intersections that are MDOT requirements. But the fact that we're considering potentially reducing the number of spaces like that without some broader process to address the stakeholders and to develop a townwide solution, I think is just unbelievable.
Just to be clear, we're recommending reducing 4 spaces.
But you also mentioned that there was a possibility that there would be potentially a reduction of 50% of those spaces.
Part of our exercise was to look at applying the same standard to all driveway openings. And in that event, it would have been a reduction of over half of the available. We're not proposing that for obvious reasons, but we do believe that restriping and the loss of 4 is reasonable given the safety gains.
I agree. And I don't mean to detract in any way for the work that's been done. It's been outstanding in terms of the repaving project. But the thing I would say is that there needs to be a public process around this that identifies and engages all the stakeholders, and that it be something as comprehensive as we did when we were adopting the marijuana ordinances that took over 18 months, which I participated in along with Councilor Caterina when I was on the ordinance committee. I think it's going to take something of that order, and I think potentially could even involve the issue of us trying to consider something like a municipal parking lot. Because this past summer, we've had terrific pressure on that neighborhood, and it's an issue not just for the neighborhood, it's an issue for the entire town. So that's my 2 cents on the thing. And the only other thing I was going to say is that I am very concerned with major events that are coming, including the opening of Costco, that we could very easily get into a situation where we're facing traffic pressures that we have not fully evaluated or comprehended. And so I just think when we need to be prepared for that, and we need to be, I think, aggressive as a body and trying to respond to what the public is telling us. And the fact that we're going to be moving ahead with some of these changes, even though we haven't finalized them yet, is a mystery to me how we can do that from a common sense standpoint.
If I could respond to 2 points you raised, Councillor, as regards the easterly access, this is not my dream. This is not my desire. I'm trying to execute the council's will. The option agreement requires easterly access. And so if you want to blame me as the mouthpiece, go ahead. It's not my idea. I'm trying to execute the council's will at this point. Beyond that, it's a requirement I believe the seller was equally interested in, as was the building committee. That's why it became an issue in the option agreement in the first place. So
The only thing I'd say is that we're responsible to the public. This body is responsible to the public. And then the town manager is responsible to the town council.
correct.
And and there was a comment earlier about why aren't people running? It's because these jobs are very difficult, okay? And they're not getting any easier. I was reflecting before the day began. I thought last night, what's the best thing I can do today to prepare for this meeting? I went to mass at 7 a.m. and they said a prayer.
Yeah.
They said a prayer
Yeah.
for all elected officials.
Yeah.
And that prayer included a hope that town officials will act with wisdom, with a spirit of discernment, and with humility. So that is my wish.
Councillor Hamel, we're kind of veering onto councillor comments.
Sorry.
This is
You know I have that
questions.
tendency.
Yeah,
Okay.
so are there any other questions?
So it's not a question, but it's also not a speech. The discussion about easterly access and Maple Ave just triggered a thought for me. GPCOG has been hosting workshops. It's called the Vision Zero Initiative, where they're trying to have no fatalities due to car accidents on streets. And there's some of you have probably heard of Strong Towns. It's a bit of a movement. They distinguish between roads and streets and stroads, which are kind of a combination between a street and a road. And this sounds like Maple Ave fits that definition. Anyways, there's a potential point of contact if you want to help move any solution along. you might engage them and they might be willing to host a workshop or I want to throw that out there. It's not political, but I think there are some common sense solutions that might be accessible.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have attended one of the Vision Zero workshops, late spring that GPCOG put on. I think they would be willing to come here as well. Just the final piece regarding Costco. The Costco traffic is part of what was provided for through the traffic movement permit with the Downs. It was not designated to any one project, but there's kind of a scorecard. So we're quite confident the improvements that are in place took into account this traffic. And I think we're all anxious to see what the effect of that is. But I believe we're in a position to handle it at this point.
Mhm. Tom, just for the questions that came up about Maple Avenue and like how to start the official process for where residents want to see some sort of action, like what is the starting point? What can they do to affect change, to get serious consideration to roadway improvements?
Well, roadway improvements, perhaps of the magnitude they're talking, really as a budget consideration ultimately, but there's kind of two avenues in the meantime. We do have a very active and thoughtful transportation committee that I don't think is a cop-out when they say that these are the sorts of things this group can and should take up. Beyond that, staff has a monthly meeting. This is the engineer, public works director, and police chief to talk about very particular traffic issues and safety concerns. And so those are kind of the near term and obvious things. I will say with respect to Maple Avenue, that project again, it predated me slightly. I think it was 2005 or 6 timeframe. Jim, is that right? And you might notice, just you don't need to be a traffic engineer, but there are an inordinate number of stop signs, more so than you'd ever see. And in fact, I've been told, I don't know this, not being an engineer, that there's more than there should be under normal circumstances. And part of that, it gives the pedestrian public perhaps a false sense of security, because the motoring public doesn't expect to be stopped 3 or 4 times on a straight stretch. Beyond that, there was significant investment in redoing Maple Avenue at the time in terms of redoing the road. I think traffic calming was a part of that design in terms of narrowing it, putting curb. In terms of speed tables, there is a standing policy that we don't have them, and so we don't have any in town. Frankly, I don't know how they crept into the conversation on the school. I certainly wasn't consulted, nor my staff on that. But it's a policy, and there's some practical reasons why we have that policy in place, but that's something that can be revisited if the council wishes.
Are there any other questions for Tom?
I guess the final thing I'll say about traffic speed bumps, I don't receive them, but the town engineer says a week doesn't go by where someone doesn't request a speed bump. And so, part of our consideration, it doesn't give any comfort to the residents, is just once we go down that road, be prepared that we've got to be very careful and articulate about how we scope out and define where they're appropriate and where they're not.
Can you explain why the policy today is to not allow speed tables? Like, what's the rationale as to why those aren't?
Speed tables are, I think, more manageable. There's a number of reasonable examples, Stevens Avenue, I think Capissic Avenue in Portland, but they're not widespread, frankly. Speed bumps are very problematic for plowing activities. And they can actually be hazardous to motorists as well if they're not well signed and noted. So I'm not an expert in this area. We can certainly bring in experts and advise us all much better about it. But I think those are the general practical considerations to date.
Okay. Any other questions for Tom? No? All right, thank you, Tom. Next is order number 23-097, 7 p.m. public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405B, site plan review for performance and design standards, H lighting, and chapter 405B, design standards for commercial districts. Autumn?
Thank you. This is the second reading. This is the proposed amendments to the site plan ordinance and our design standards that has to do with lighting. This did go for a public hearing at the planning board at our last meeting. The planning board did include a memo that they are in full support of these changes with no amendments as presented to you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for Autumn? No? Since this is a public hearing, is there anybody in the public in the room or online who would like to comment on this item? I'm seeing nobody in the room or online, so I'm closing the public hearing. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? I'm seeing no discussion. Or Counselor McGee?
Just want to say thank you to planning, Autumn in particular, for all the work that you did on this. It was
Certainly. Thank you.
Great. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-098, 7 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, section 6, definitions, and section 9, performance standards. Autumn?
Thank you. This is the second reading for an ordinance that really has to do with seafood sales. This came to the ordinance committee as a request from a commercial fisherman that would like to sell seafood sales out of their home. Our current ordinance requires a special exception through the zoning board process, but these amendments would allow that to be administered through our office. And so the planning board held a public hearing for this on October 10th, and they also recommended approval of these amendments.
And this is a public hearing, so is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? Anybody online? Yes, God bless you. No? Can I get a motion? Or sorry, I'm going to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I just want to thank the planning board for taking this one up. Also, I was the counselor got one of the original calls on it, and I looked at the ordinances and went, what? So thank you for doing that.
Certainly.
Any other discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-116, public hearing on the proposed chapter 602B, Town of Scarborough temporary event overflow parking ordinance. So this is just a public hearing. So is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Matt Manahan. I am the attorney representing Prouts Neck Improvement Association. I was here 2 weeks ago. And I thank you for your consideration of our comments. I had suggested, first off, PNIA, Prouts Neck Improvement Association, supports this proposal, and we want to thank Autumn and planning staff for putting this forward. And we think this makes a lot of sense to address this temporary parking issue that we have seen out on Black Point Road in particular, but also it can be used elsewhere in town. I did submit a letter just yesterday, following up on the letter I submitted prior to the last meeting that you had where you had the first reading. There was some, we basically feel that although the ordinance is good, there should be some more public comment, public notice rather, for abutters. The current proposed ordinance simply provides that the town will provide notice at least 10 days prior to the public hearing. And as I said in the letter, we don't believe that that is sufficient for adequate review of an application here. These applications, at least for a significant amount of public parking, temporary offsite parking, will be somewhat complicated. There's 17 approval criteria that you will have to consider, and there's actually 4 plans that are required to be submitted as part of the application. A pedestrian access plan, a vehicular access plan, a traffic control plan, and an operation and maintenance plan. So, and those are good. They're important to have for a parking facility like this. But we believe that without slowing the application process down, it would be good to have more than 10 days notice in the event that those plans might require some outside technical review or technical consultant. So what we would suggest, and what I suggested in my letter, and I modified it based on comments we heard at your last meeting, there was some concern about basically too much paperwork particularly for smaller parking. And so what we've done is modified the proposal somewhat so that it would require an applicant at the time the application is submitted to provide notice, not newspaper notice, just notice by mail to the abutters within 1,000 feet which for a rural zone, that 500 feet really, we don't believe is quite enough. But it would only require that for, is what we have here is for proposals that involve 10 or more spaces and would be used more than 5 days per calendar year. So what we've tried to do is limit it so it's not like just a one-time wedding, for example. So that would, but it's more of a significant parking proposal that would come before you. So that's our request and our proposal. Happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item? So this is just a public hearing for the council's awareness. I did exchange a couple of emails with Mr. Manahan and said I would be willing to propose this as an amendment for discussion when we do second read at our next meeting. So just please familiarize yourself with the language in the letter and, you know, just be prepared to have the discussion whether or not this is something you would support. All right. All right, we have Claudia Richards. I'm going to allow you to talk. You might have to unmute your phone.
Hi, this is Claudia Richards. I'm the president of the Spray Corporation and a manager at Black Point Resource Management, which operates the beach. And I would just like to comment that I don't see it necessary to change the requirement or time requirement to give notice. I think that the requirements that are in the ordinance are very clear and that the staff is able to vet those properly in a timely basis with the amount of days that they've already given. So we would not be in favor of doing this.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to comment on this item? Right, I see no other comments. I'm closing the public hearing. Next is order number 23-117, public hearing and second reading on the new request for a cannabis establishment license from Nicholas Levasseur, Watchtower LLC, located at 137 Pleasant Hill Road, for an adult cannabis product manufacturing facility. So this is being brought forward by the assistant town manager.
I'm actually going to request that the council table action this evening until November 8th.
Do you mind explaining why?
Yeah, the applicant lacks the conditional license from OCP. He's been reassured that it's forthcoming. They lost it in their file. So without that, we're not recommending approval at this time.
Okay.
Otherwise, the facility's been inspected, no other concerns from staff, but procedurally, we can't allow or recommend approval without that.
Well, before we do that, there was a item under item 8, town manager report, to provide a brief update on the cannabis moratorium. So since we're on cannabis, maybe we
Sure,
can.
let's bring it all together. So just as for a bit of background, the council did pass a third moratorium and a number of changes to the cannabis licensing ordinance back in August. And at that time, there was some interest from the council in getting an update before the council turns over with some runtime on those changes. So I thought I'd report out what we're seeing for specifically odor reports. So since August 17th, we've received 21 reports of odor in the Pine Point area. Of the 21, 18 indicated they're strong, very strong or distinct. 3 of those 21 were listed as faint odors, so not really significant. Of the 21, 6 of those dates had multiple reports. So essentially that leads me to believe that about 1 out of every 4 days had a report of some level of odor in that area. We've had two series of reports reach that complaint threshold. If you recall, it required 4 complaints within a certain period of time, then follow up. We have not substantiated any of those complaints, but the facility owner was notified both times that complaints had reached that threshold. So it continues to be an interactive process. Those are the kind of facts to date. I know that, again, we've had, we're now on our 3rd moratorium. We're 60 days into that 6-month moratorium. So there's essentially 4 months left of it. But I wanted to report out to the council so they could consider any changes or not to that moratorium prior to November 8th.
Are there any questions for Liam? No?
A comment though?
Yep.
So there's an expression called hope and pray and die in despair, and I have that feeling a little bit with odor complaints at 30 Canning Road there. So we put the moratorium in place for a reason. We had a period of time where it was pretty quiet. Now it sounds like we don't. And then can you talk about the steps that we should consider then as a council? I mean, I know this is just, we're doing it kind of on the fly, but I thought as long as we're on the topic.
Again, I've heard anecdotally things have improved over the last, certainly since the kind of peak level of frustration in the early spring. I think I certainly wouldn't advise the council to take any action without some thorough discussion and feedback from the abutters beyond what we have for reports. My sense is that the abutters of the snow canning facility are fairly well aware of how to report issues as they come up. But I don't want to be in a position to speak to how that experience actually feels to the residents at this point in time. But I'm sure that they will continue to be engaged, and I would probably be happy to provide some commentary about how things have changed or not.
So just a follow-up question though, so I understand your reaction to your personal reaction to them, but I'm more interested in process-wise. Do you think it was a time to reconvene a group, or what would be the next step?
Well, I think right now, the overarching concern that brought about the work, the changes to the ordinance was odor in that specific area of town. And right now, I think it's been pretty well understood that cannabis odor is almost 100% associated with cultivation. With this moratorium in place, there is no change to that. The people who are there continue to be there. No people can come in, you can't change over. So that's kind of the safe step, and you have that assurance for the next 4 months. More time, more experience, more feedback, more input, I certainly think would be advisable for the council.
So I would look for a specific plan with timing and steps in terms of what we're going to do. So I understand the options, but I'd like to see something more formal from staff and possibly the group that worked on this.
Right. So I'm going to motion to table this item until November 8th.
Second?
All right, no discussion on a tabling item, so I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. All right, next is order number 23-118, public hearing and action on the following new requests for a food handler's license. Amen Rizik, Fresco Del Forno, located at 491 Payne Road, and Starbucks Coffee, located at 465 Payne Road. This is being brought forward by the town clerk. Tody?
Yes, the applications have been vetted. Everything is in line, and we recommend approval. And once we receive their occupancy permit, we haven't been told yet, but that they would receive their food handler's license.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on these items? All right, I'm seeing none, so I'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next up is order number 23-019, first reading on the council order approving the third amendment to the Scarborough Downtown Omnibus Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program, and schedule the second reading for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. So to set the stage for this item and the next three items, which are all connected to the option agreement, I'm going to give a brief presentation that just kind of discusses all of these items to set the stage before we discuss each one. So I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the screen on the online? All right. So just to summarize, all these items that are being contemplated tonight were part of the option agreement that was approved by the council in September 2023. These are all closing conditions that we've agreed to as part of that option agreement, which includes modifying the zoning of the existing land that's owned by the Downs so that it's consistent with the CPD zone, we're looking at updating the TIF boundary, which is currently in place today, that we'll share images so that people can understand what that covers. We also are updating the CEA for tax reimbursements. So the TIF allows us to offer a CEA for any economic development efforts. And so that's being contemplated tonight. We're also talking about potentially reducing the existing buffer within it. That is not on the table for discussion tonight. So that is something that the council had acted on previously and will be acting on at second read on November 2nd. Or sorry, November 8th, sorry. And then the other items were around, I just want to just share with the public that all these items kind of started back in January 2023 when we first started discussions with the seller on the option agreement. They were approved in the letter of intent that was improved by the council in May 2023 and then subsequently approved in September 2023 as part of the option agreement. And really what the option agreement states is that the council will take all reasonable efforts by October 31st to consider these changes and make them. So just again, a quick summary of what some of the key points are. So when it comes to the zoning changes, there's 37 acres that are currently owned by the seller that are zoned VR4 that's being requested to change to CPD. There's also 9 acres that are currently in the Haggis Parkway zone that are being moved or that are being requested to move to CPD. Additionally, and again, not for discussion tonight, but all kind of part of the entire package eventually, is changing the buffering requirement where today in the CPD, it's 100 feet for the setback for adjacent to, for any adjacent residential districts. And what was read at first read was changing 15 feet for residential and municipal uses for the school, but then keeping a 100-foot buffer for non-residential uses. And then additionally, we're talking about including the parcels of land in the TIF and the tax increment financing district, and then ultimately including that as well as part of the credit enhancement agreement for potential reimbursement.
John, I had a quick question. Can you take questions along the way or you want us to
Sure.
hold them?
Yeah.
So could you go back just a minute? So can you explain why the amendment on the buffer is not on the agenda today?
Well, let me get to, so this slide will help answer that. So again, this is kind of the timeline that we've been enacting. And so we started with the TIF boundary that was on October, or sorry, these are the items that are on here. So again, what we're really discussing today is the first read for the TIF boundary, the CEA amendment, and the 2 zoning changes. So I think this just happened out of sequence when we had the CPD buffer, the first reading on September 20th, and that was referred to the planning board. They had done their review and comments on October 10th, and I think until they've reviewed and approved their minutes, then we would take that information, and that's why it would all be on November 8th. So essentially, all things come to a head on November 8th for a potential second read for all the items that are contemplated as part of the option agreement.
So I have a related process question for that. So if we're at a public hearing now, and this is actually first read and a vote, then this second reading and action takes place a day after the elections. When exactly will we see the backup details supporting these things and have a chance to discuss that and deliberate over it in public so that so that residents can kind of follow what we're doing? As I had a conversation with Tom the other day and I kind of asked this question and he said, well, some of the stuff is not before an action until November 8th. And it did seem to me that this is relevant and germane, even though it may have been decided separately. And I think there was a fair amount of detail involved with the planning board process, including the 2 meetings the planning board had, and then the planning board's report to the planning director, and then the summary of that we got from the planning director. I just want to make sure we don't lose the detail and the texture and actually the facts that were behind that are different than what the actual recommendation was.
So that's a lot of that is going to get covered in this presentation. And I think what we could do, because I don't think we have anything scheduled on November 8th, if we wanted to have a workshop to have time to really talk about after first read, any additional changes or things that the council may want to contemplate in terms of any amendments or other considerations, like that's where we could pencil in on November 8th a workshop to see where we're at in terms of whatever conversations happen tonight and see if that turns into any changes that may be proposed as part of the second read on November 8th.
And just to be clear, we worked together on trying to spread out the timeline in order to allow for more public process, but what I'm really struggling, I don't want to, why don't we just go through the
Yep.
presentation of last one way?
So again, when it comes to the zoning adjustment, so going a little bit different out of sequence than what's in the agenda, what that contemplates is that we're taking the proposed parcels for rezoning that are currently owned by the seller. Based on planning staff perspective, both zonings are in compliance with the comprehensive plan as they kind of are located in regional activity centers. Part of that zoning adjustment in the option agreement also has the amendment to change the CPD buffer from 100 feet to 15 feet for municipal and residential uses adjacent to residential districts. And part of the reason for this was to enable the proposed school solution, which I'll share a little bit of information on. So again, this is something that's partial consideration for closing in order to acquire the 22 acres for the school site. And then again, if the council were ever to decide to change the zoning back, that would lead to termination of the option agreement. Some of the concerns that we've heard from the public that have been expressed was that this does not, doing any zoning adjustments does not necessarily bind future councils, that this is a legally permissible practice based on our attorney's support during the option agreement process. And then the other piece is some questions around, does this include housing exemptions? And there is no housing exemptions contemplated in this particular zoning change. The rate of growth ordinance would still apply, and that would decide what permits would be issued and when. So again, when it comes to the changes in the zones, these are the two zones that are being contemplated. This is the VR4 zone parcel that's 37 acres that's currently owned by the seller. And this is the HP zone, or the HP property that's 9 acres that's currently owned by the seller. So just to do a quick comparison between what's the difference between CPD zoning versus the HP zone. Really, there's some differences in buffer. There is differences in residential density. So the CPD allows for 20 units per acre, HP allows for 5 units. The use difference in terms of land use is slightly different. Or it's more similar than it is different, with the exception of HP does not allow single family homes. Councilor Clucci?
So I just wanted to call this out because I've seen it a lot. My understanding is the CPD allows 40 units an acre. So it says 20 units, but then it refers to another section that allows for density factors to apply, which I believe gets you to 40.
Is that something, Autumn, you can?
So the CPD does, many of your zoning districts in town allow you to use density factors that treat a 1-bedroom different from a 3-bedroom. So with the 20 units per acre is the base density. And so that's what this is, just a comparison of. But
20 single family homes or 3 bedrooms or above.
right.
I'm not gonna get the math right, but
give
it's
me-
like 2/3 for a 2-bedroom, right?
Give me 1 second and I'll get you the specific.
Can you just explain for the public the difference between, again, the 20 versus whatever the additional or different number would be?
Is Dan here? No.
Well, this is coming back. I know this is kind of.
I'd like to give you the specifics because do the density factors apply in the same regard? They don't, do they? Yeah, there's just 20 units per acre. Sorry, I just wanted to find the words because the density factors in other places in town will allow you to get 0.5 per a type of unit
Mhm.
based on the bedroom, but the Downs is 20 units per acre flat, so. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for that.
So again, the planning board did review this on September 10th. And they provided some feedback, to summarize the memo that was provided and is also in the packet tonight. They did see that the CPD and HP land use was similar. And they generally found it to be a reasonable change. There was some expressed concern about density, given the proximity to natural resources. So that was something that was brought forward by the planning board on September 10th.
John, quick question or comment. I attended that meeting. And I recall there was also a discussion of the abutters, and one of the abutters is the sanitary district. But we never really heard anything from them. So I believe in addition to environmental concerns, there was some question about, is this a pump station or what exactly is the facility? And
So
Would they
the
have an
actual
opinion on that?
abutters are the Acura dealership that was mentioned earlier, and then the Downs property along Market Street. So I don't know if the sanitary district is a direct abutter or.
There's a pump station within the Downs in the CPD district itself, and they're the owner, so they were notified as well. But they didn't have any comments or concerns.
and that's part of the essential infrastructure that we helped to pay for, the town helped to pay for, right?
Correct, that pump station.
Thank you.
All right, so for the CPD zoning versus the VR4 zoning. So again, the difference today is, for the CPD district, it's 100 feet for all use cases, or for all uses adjacent to residential districts, which prior to this change, everything to the east is essentially VR4 today. So that's where that 100-foot buffer comes into play. So if this, as proposed, what would move forward is 15 feet for municipal and residential uses adjacent to residential districts, which would be the VR4. Keep 100-foot buffer for all non-residential districts adjacent to residential. And then coming out of the planning board, there was discussion around retaining the 100-foot setback for all uses adjacent to RF, which are really the Warren Woods that border that particular property. So in VR4 today, the buffering is 15 to 25 feet based on residential type. When it comes to density, similarly, this is a higher dense zone with 20 units per acre compared to VR4, which is 4 units per acre. There is, use difference in terms of what the CPD offers in terms of commercial, single family and multifamily, whereas the VR4 is predominantly single family. One point that Autumn had shared was this is not industrial. Industrial is limited to the innovation zone. So this would be more light commercial, single family, multifamily that would be allowed in this potential rezoning.
And we're using the assessor's definition of commercial here, right, which includes,
So this is the planning definition for residential, which includes apartments. So it would be when you're talking residential versus non-residential, is that your question? So residential includes apartment building complexes. So by this change, you could have apartment building 15 feet with a 15-foot setback to the VR4 district, correct? Okay. And we always have to clarify, there's a difference between what we do when it comes to assessing versus planning.
thanks.
John, I know we just did this off the cuff, but I just read the ordinance again. I'm still reading it. That
Mhm.
You could, if it's one bedroom, you get 40. And you may not have been planning that way, but that's the way I read it. Can we, I don't know. It says page 4 with a bar of 10. Well, wait, okay, so there's 2 sections that you have to refer to.
We can pull up.
So the maximum net residential density, the residential density factors in section VIIC apply to all residential uses in this district. The maximum allowed residential density is 20 units per net residential acre. When you chase out to section VIIC, it's pretty explicit that a unit, if it's a one bedroom, is only counted as half of a unit when you're determining the number of units. But that's the way I'm reading it. I'm just saying between now and the next time this comes to us, and maybe we can get a
Yeah,
memo
get
or something that
clarity on that.
explains it. Yeah.
All right, so Autumn, is that something you can help us for the next time? All right, next, so again, this is just trying to show the school overlay for the property. So this is currently the 22 acres that's being planned right now for the school. And so this portion above the blue line, this is all within that VR4 district. And everything right now below it is in the CPD. And then the remaining 25 acres would be buildable under CPD zoning if this were to go through. So what does that mean between today and potentially the future? So there, essentially today, there's 37 acres that Crossroads owns, that's VR4, 10 acres that are CPD. If the school were to pass and the town were to close on the option agreement, there would be 22 acres that would be town owned by or for the school site, with 25 acres that are CPD, essentially, you know, keeping the downs essentially land neutral in terms of acreage, where the town would own 22 and they would have 25 acres CPD. So the net zoning change in terms of acreage would be 15 acres of net new CPD acreage for development, which is about 2.9% of the total 525 acres that they own today. So this was discussed in the planning board as well at the September 10th meeting, and they did have several concerns that were mentioned. So one of the concerns was unknown use without a plan. So again, you know, the concern was around not knowing specifically what was going to be built there. This was asked at our September 20th workshop with them when they came to give their annual report, what their intent was. And at the time, the conversation was it would likely be some sort of mix of light commercial and residential, with I believe residential being more closer to the school and potentially having some commercial more towards the innovation side. When it comes to the impact to lower density, there was concern about the impact of the lower density, or the higher density, I should say, to the lower density to the south. That's part of the development, the cottages at Sawyer that are being contemplated right there. So there would essentially be a 15-foot buffer in the future between any residential, which could include apartments that would be next to those single family homes that are contemplated to be built there today. As of right now, there are no, in the cottages at Sawyer, they're in phase 1. So the area that would be impacted is phase 2, and there's currently no plans. There's an approved site plan, I believe, but there's no permits or anything. No permits being issued at this time. There was concern expressed about being near the CPD being or having such close proximity near to a school. This was a conversation that was discussed with the school, and it was something that the school felt comfortable with, given the school's placement in the property and where they're planning to put it. They don't see the concern or haven't expressed the concerns with the buffer that would be put in place. And then there was also concern expressed about being so close to the land trust property, Warren Woods. You know, one of the recommendations that came from planning board that the council could contemplate is trying to retain a 100-foot buffer for CPD adjacent to the RF district, which would address that. And then again, just also a reminder for the council that we recently did a lot of updating to our stormwater ordinances for our permitting, that those would still come into effect to try and mitigate any environmental impacts that anything of this nature could have to Warren Woods. So when it comes to the buffer, again, the blue line essentially here would indicate where there could be a 100-foot buffer to protect Warren Woods, or to try and keep that space between Warren Woods and any development. The green line is really what the 15-foot buffer would be, so that you can kind of see this is the undeveloped subdivision that's currently cottages at Sawyer, where there would be that 15-foot potential buffer between residential. again, a lot of the change and the reason for the change was really to support the school and support making sure that the school could fit on the site with that 15-foot buffer, as well as providing a roadway that could connect from the potential access point at the roadway adjacent to Trackview Terrace to the school. This little sliver right here, I think there's a better image that essentially shows a lot of that is wetlands right here. So that's not really developable land. That would be a challenge to develop.
Mr. Chair, quick question for you. When you say 15-foot buffer, is that between structures or is it between the border?
Property
or
line.
Property lines, okay.
Yeah, so 15-foot buffer, I guess, between a structure and the property line. So that's the closest it could be.
Great, thank you.
And so for the school portion, again, just for awareness for the council, for the site, the importance of having that 15-foot buffer was really kind of built around the potential design for the site. So one of the items that the school is proposing to build is a fire lane. And that fire lane is 16 feet from the site. So that was one of the drivers for trying to have that 15-foot buffer, was to accommodate that fire lane. Additionally, if it were bigger, you would be pushing the building south. And this area right here to the south, while it would be future expansion, it's contemplated that it's playground and you have a road right here. So the concern would be from the school that if we were to adjust this from 15 foot to a different option, that it would force things south potentially, that would make it tighter on this site, that could push the playground, or they would have to redesign that to figure out how to make that work. So the fire lane and the play space were important, as well as the ability to build this roadway, which again, under the current buffer would be problematic in order to build the roadway that would be needed to connect to the school. Counselor Cucci?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, I believe that the VR4 also requires a 15-foot buffer.
Mhm.
So combined, there's 30 feet that's going to be there. I believe maybe something to double check. And then the other thing is, I believe that the O'Leary subdivision plan includes a 15-foot stormwater, I don't know, ditch or trench or whatever that goes along. So your 15 feet is for that subdivision is closer to 45.
Okay, 45. And again, just for awareness as it relates to the school site, because I know people are concerned about it being right on top of VR4. At least the way it's designed today, they have at least 125 feet from the main building to the VR4 line. So the distance essentially from here to the school is 125 feet. Again, if they do the expansions, that's when it would be closer to 46 feet to the property line. So that is getting closer. But again, on this side, the school feels like, again, okay with the buffering or the changes, because a lot of this is parking and there could be plans to create some vegetative buffering here. And then there's also a road that would be between the school and anything to the left side, at least of this image.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
I know I looked at this and thank you for the more information on the school portion and some of those numbers. I'm feeling a little more comfortable with the 15 near the school, but I'm not comfortable with the 15 near portions that could be developed, particularly with multifamily.
Mhm.
So I just want to signal that.
Mhm.
And if someone can convince me otherwise, but I would be happier with 25 feet, where if potentially multifamilies could be built as opposed to just to give a little more space, because you could put a fairly large multifamily in there and it's considered residential.
Mhm.
So if we could just think through how we could do that. And then I'm all in on 100 feet to the RF with the Warren Woods, so.
All right.
John, as a point of clarification for Jean Marie's comments, these would those potentially come through as amendments
Yeah.
at second reading?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Because the
just
buffering,
something for
Yeah,
consideration.
More from people too,
Mhm.
Sure.
so.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure procedurally I understood Jean Marie's
Yeah,
intent.
because the buffering is the one thing not on the agenda tonight, and that,
I
I know
know,
that's
but
been-
I wanna bring it up.
Yep.
Because it's gonna come up.
Yep,
so.
yep.
Cool.
And because you did, I'm gonna throw this out there.
Okay.
I also have struggled with it, and because there's such a broad array of uses allowed in the CPD and not a lot allowed in VR4, or the other residential districts, but maybe the 15-foot buffer is if the use is compatible with the use in that other
Adjacent.
district, in the
Oh, there
adjacent
you
district.
go.
Is
That's
just
one way of
something for
addressing
thought.
it, yeah.
Right, so yes, similarly, the planning board on October 10th did review the buffer after first read from the council. It seemed like they were generally supportive of using CPD in abutting VR4
Right.
districts to 15 feet. They did have the concern about the multifamily
Yeah.
and being adjacent to VR4. Again, concerned about the small buffer for the town students. Again, I've subsequently asked the building committee and the school board and the superintendent to kind of opine, and again, they've at least expressed that given the design, they're comfortable as it stands today. Again, they also expressed potential from what was provided to them to include an amendment for a 100-foot buffer for Warren Woods and making sure that we consider that.
So I just want to go back for a minute though. So and that was the one area that I thought that there was some agreement on, but what about the other three things that we talked about going back a couple slides?
Mhm.
You know, and I want to focus mainly on the lack of a plan, unknown use without a plan. So as I understand it, this is not just any plan, this is a master plan. And a master plan that we would expect from any developer. Why wouldn't we expect that we would get a master plan and not be able to approve any zoning changes unless we knew what the master plan was surrounding these zoning changes from a partner that we're in a 30-year relationship with and in the largest TIF district and the largest CEA. Why wouldn't we hold that requirement and not concede on that?
I'm wondering if Autumn or Tom, if that's something you guys can talk to in terms of the approach that we've been taking, because we've never, to my knowledge, had a true full master plan of the entire development, that it's been kind of a different approach where they provide different plans as they have development plans.
Some of the feedback we got from planning board also was they felt that this should come as an amendment to the master plan. And so as you go down that road, I don't know.
That's not how the discussion went in the September meeting that I attended. And I understand, I did not attend the October meeting. And I understand things, you know, there was a different composition of planning board members and there was a different discussion. And I know they don't vote, but I, you know, that's, I believe, how the single amendment came through. Do I have that correct? Is that a correct summary, Autumn?
As Autumn's taking the podium, as I recall, I believe there is an overall for the entire site, a master infrastructure plan. But then there are more specific master plans in roughly 50 to 70 acre increments, kind of defined by the developer. And I think CBD zone encourages that sort of approach as the project is built out.
Right, the master plans that we have, we go through them piece by piece, and so this being brought into the CPD, there would be a master plan process that we'd go through. And then subdivision and site plan. I think normally when you see a rezoning request in any location, you know what the request is for. And I think that was the general concern from the planning board. They had a level of discomfort not knowing exactly what they were approving because there are so many uses that are allowed. I think that was, they know that a master plan will come, and I think that gives them some reassurance that they will obviously get to see this a few more times with the way that process works, but there was just some general concern with not knowing exactly what could go there because of the wide variety of uses.
And if I could,
Yep.
so I think time was kind of split between Corey Fellows and I, who was chair during the initial presentation of the master plan when the Downs first came forward. And I would say, just from my memory, it was, and from the sentiment from the planning board at the time, was their request to kind of piecemeal such a large parcel was very reasonable. To ask them to submit one overarching master plan for 500 acres and then have to offer amendments on smallest changes on this acre or this acre didn't seem reasonable. So the idea was, as Autumn pointed out, get the infrastructure as best you can, and then they broke it down into sections. Now, we anticipate this will be light industrial. We anticipate this will be residential, knowing full well that conditions in the market were going to change, conditions on the ground were going to change. So I would say that it was, and to Don's point, you know, I understand that overall you'd love to see 500 acres on a master sheet for us to view. But I think at the time when we were working through this at the planning board level, it was a very reasonable request to be like, we'll take the bigger vision in smaller chunks as you get, you know, closer to those project dates.
I understand that. So where is the plan then for this particular request? It's not a master plan. We agreed to do that in installments. Where is the plan that's supposed to be accompanying this?
So I don't think there is a plan in place today. And this is the school, this is where the school site was, and I think the focus is on the next, or the phase of the downtown. That's where the focus has been, from my understanding, and so I don't think the developers, to my knowledge, have actually planned out the VR4 or the remaining part of that particular part next to.
Well, I'd
This
say we
part
got a
right
pattern
here
here, and
next
a
to the
pattern is
industrial.
of being consistent is being without a plan, without details and what things are finalized. So I would say that actually, I'm getting accustomed to that consistency.
Right, so just kind of keeping us moving. So now we're switching gears to TIFs and CEAs. So the first item that we're actually going to be acting on is the TIF. So essentially what this does today is this includes that VR4 zone, or that VR4 owned land as part of the TIF district. And then a subsequent action would be to include that area in the TIF district into the CEA. And again, both of these are conditions for closing for the option agreement. Again, if the school is approved at the ballot, again, this change would result in actually 15, not 13 acres of CPD land that are now part of the TIF and CPD. So again, when it comes to just the TIF and CEA adjustments, it's really just this portion. So it's not, does not include the HP portion, just the VR4. And then the same thing would be converting that same item as part of the CEA, which is in our packet. So the TIF is different from the CEA. So the TIF is a tool essentially that the town has that does allow us then to offer tax credits to incentivize economic development. So again, this would add 25 acres to the TIF district from that VR4. That would be allowed for us to shield captured value. Again, that is assuming that 12 of the 37 acres goes to the school. So that's non-taxable. That wouldn't be part of the TIF benefit. So really the benefit that we've talked about in terms of why do a TIF is that it really shields the new tax revenue that's collected, that allows us to potentially reduce our county taxes and improve our state subsidy. That ultimately helps with tax rate stabilization. So this is something that helps with economic development, but also helps us keep the tax rate stable. The shielded revenue that we would collect from this would only be applied to qualified projects. The town is really the primary beneficiary for the tax shielding that happens. And really the benefit to the seller would be if the CEA action happened along with it. If the school is approved, you know, the town has had preliminary conversations about potentially including the school as a qualified project within the TIF district. So that was something that I think happened over a year ago in conversations with DECD that now I think if the school passes, those conversations would pick up to figure out how can we potentially include the school so that we can use any tax shielding and tax revenues to help pay towards the debt. Again, it was brought up last time, so I just want to make sure we call it out and we can discuss it tonight and or later, that between first and second read, there was discussion of potentially expanding the TIF boundary to include cottages at Sawyer as part of the TIF. So that would be the parcel kind of right here, where again, from a TIF perspective, that may be in the best interest of the town to shield additional new taxable revenue in the future. So that's something that the council could contemplate, or could be an amendment that somebody may want to propose. The CEA is the credit enhancement agreement, and this is the agreement we have that allows the developer to receive tax reimbursements based on meeting the performance criteria that are currently in the agreement. The performance criteria are mostly around non-residential new value and infrastructure in place. And so really the town went into this agreement with the intent of having the developers take on the upfront risk of enabling infrastructure. This was something that the town learned the hard way with the HP TIF, where the town tried to take on a lot of the infrastructure ourselves, led to a huge liability in our books that we're very soon to be getting out of, that will help with fund balance and other things that I think have been impacting some of our financial performance. But so that was a big lessons learned, why we kind of went in this agreement in the first place. Again, if they meet their performance criteria in general, you know, they would get a 40% of the taxes collected reimbursed back to them. It was mentioned before, I think someone had mentioned that it's kind of like an annuity where you make a little bit of an investment upfront for the big payout in the end from a town perspective. That's the theory around the CEA with the infrastructure piece. So to date, the reimbursement has been $2.6 million, while the developer has said that they put in 65 million of enabling infrastructure. Again, with the change that would be contemplated with the TIF, we'd be adding the additional acreage that would then be part of, that would then potentially allow for the CEA to be applied to that same acreage. Again, 12 acres would be dedicated to the school and would be tax exempt from any sort of payment. As of right now, as of year 5, the performance is currently at 178 million of new value, with 1.4 million of square foot for non-residential construction that's either completed, underway, or permitted. So right now it looks like, compared to the original agreement, performance is a little bit ahead of schedule.
John, a couple of quick questions on that slide, if I may, if we go back. Then this is really a question for our partner in the CEA, but what do we know what percent that 65 million represents in terms of completing the enabling infrastructure? Is there any, or can we get an itemization from them of the 65 million to see what what comprises that? I think that would be a reasonable data request.
I think that's something we could certainly ask. Yeah.
The other thing I would say is that I mean, and I'm trying very hard to be balanced in all this. I have a high regard for our partners with the Downs, the Crossroads Holdings folks. They have been very successful. They're exceeding targets in many areas, and this is going better than expected in many ways. Yet at the same time, I want to make sure that we are trying to look at the whole equation here. And Tom and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but I just wanted to plant the seed that I would hope going forward, we would try to work on a formula to try to quantify the net TIF and CEA benefit to the town, because I think what we're doing so far is talking mainly top line numbers. We haven't worked through backing out the costs and trying to get at a net value. I think it'd be very helpful for all of us to know that. And we proposed a way of trying to calculate it. I haven't shared it with John Plucci yet, but I shared it with Tom. And I look forward to us getting into that in the next cycle.
Yeah. I think that was something that Tom mentioned at the beginning in his town manager report, that there is a desire that potentially the next finance committee could take on that modeling work. Again, the hope is that Councilor Clucci would love to be a part of that, but I also know that there are many other residents who would probably also like to be a part of that. So I think thinking about resident engagement to help develop the model, make sure we align on the assumptions to come up with something that could be at least a standard way to track and monitor decisions around this, I think would be helpful. So that is something that it sounds like staff is committed to do. And I would hope that the next finance committee will take something like that on as part of their focus.
Thank you.
So anybody wants to be on the finance committee? We might have them.
There's not a line out the door yet. So.
Yeah. So again, just the CEA and the payments, because I know this is something that people are interested in understanding. So the way this works, again, if they meet their performance criteria, and there are various different, thresholds and things in there. But in general, if the performance criteria is met, they get 40% tax reimbursement for the new value that they've created. Today, up to year 20, there would be a cap on those reimbursements at 55 million. Year 21 through 30, there's slightly different language, but in general, assuming they've reached peak performance, they would be getting 2 million per year. There's also a part of the contract that says if they achieve certain criteria earlier, they're eligible for a $2 million bonus payout, which could be earlier than year 21. And the conditions for that would be that they've either built 615 million of new value where there's a downtown and a community center, or 500 million with no downtown or community center, but they would also have to build 1,500 or 1.5 million of non-residential square feet. And so again, they're currently at 178 million in terms of progress towards that first criteria, and then at 1.37 of non-residential. Councilor Clucci?
So I'm just seeing this and I'm doing the math in my head. I don't know that the first statement is accurate. We're keeping the land area and CPD consistent before and after the change. I think there's 10 acres that are in the CPD today. That will be part of the school site. We're rezoning 37, right?
So we're rezoning 37 acres. If the school passes and we go to closing, 12 of those would be for the school site. So it's really 25 acres that would be eligible for the CEA payments.
As opposed to 10.
Yeah, as opposed to 10. So it's really a net 15.
Yeah.
Net 15 additional acres that would be included that do not exist today, that aren't out there, they're not eligible for. So just the math is essentially at the end of the day, if the school passes and we go to closing on the option, 15 additional acres are going to be part of the CEA that aren't part of it today, or eligible for potential CEA payments in the future, so long as they meet their performance requirements. Does that make sense?
I think you nailed it there. I
Okay.
think that's exactly right.
All right, so just in terms of financial impact, so to Don's point, I think there's a desire to kind of get a little bit tighter on this, but Karen Martin did some analysis back in April, which was then subsequently revisited and reviewed by the Finance Committee on 9/13. And so with the rezoning, with the TIFs and CEAs, really, I think the conclusion is there's still likely going to be a subsidy that the town taxpayers will have to subsidize at full development. If we did nothing as a town and kept things the way they are, that would probably be the worst scenario in terms of subsidizing. And that would be meaning like if the school didn't pass, if the Downs developed the CPD and had the VR4 district as it's currently zoned, because of the single family element, those are just expensive. The cost to serve is high. So that really creates a situation where anytime there's single family homes, the costs are just greater for the town to deliver services, especially with the school. So that just leads to a higher cost to serve that's ultimately subsidized by other parts of town. So with these changes, again, there's still a future where there's some degree of subsidy, and it really depends on the mix that the Downs would ultimately bring. But Karen looked at different scenarios of, you know, what those could look like to really kind of indicate what the difference would be compared to the do nothing. And so as you can kind of see, there is some financial benefit to taxpayers where, again, we would potentially avoid a degree of subsidy based on, you know, the TIF benefit, the type of residential development, as well as potentially commercial, that would really help, again, to reduce the tax impact and help with tax stabilization. And again, this would be more at full development. So this is more of a snapshot in time, not necessarily anything that's going to happen right away. It's just really trying to illustrate that financially and from a tax rate perspective, these changes would likely be more helpful for people's pocketbooks than keeping it the way it is today. Again, housing density, I think, also continues to be a concern. So we need to figure out the question about density, but just going with the 20 density factor, or the 20 houses per unit that's allowed in CPD versus the 4. So in the current state, and again, this kind of gets back to the financial modeling, you know, VR4, again, this would assume no buffers, no roads, no stormwater. So these are probably high and unlikely, but these are just doing the math of what does it mean when we talk about 4 units versus 20 units. So in VR4, it would be up to 148 single family homes, and CPD with the 200 units that it would be in that 10 acres that are currently there and zoned as CPD, which would be about 348 units in total. Future state, if the school passes, we're talking about 500 units, but a lot of those would have to be multifamily with no single family units. So really the difference between the two would be potentially, again, worst case, high scenario, unlikely 152 additional potential multifamily units. Again, I just want to remind everyone that the rate of growth ordinance is still in effect. So they're not getting permits or exemptions as a result of this. It would still be the rate of growth ordinance that would ultimately dictate the timing and the permitting for building any of this. So that's still in effect. So again, just to summarize what we've talked about. So again, the items that are on the docket for the entire package are the zoning adjustments for the maps, the buffer, which we're not discussing tonight, the TIF and the CEA changes, ultimately with the intent of acquiring 22 acres for school land. The buffer boundary are necessary for the school, but I think there are things that counselors are interested in exploring to see how to make that work, but also consider other elements that are of concern. In terms of land, the total land is essentially the same if the school passes, where we would have 22 acres of tax exempt land that's owned by the town. There would be 25 acres that are CPD that are really kind of, almost a neutral exchange of total land. But again, that would be really 15 acres or 2.9% of their property going up. That would be now part of CPD. Again, as I said, the rate of growth ordinance still applies, and even with the TIF, CEA, and zoning adjustments, there would likely be a lower subsidy by the rest of the town that could help with tax rate stabilization. So that again, this was intended just to give everybody some context as we get into the different conversations we're about to have. It's a lot to digest. This has been something that we've all been working on pretty intensely. So again, just hopefully that helps the public a little bit more understand all the changes that are being contemplated. And with that, are there any questions from the council before I open up the first item to the public for comment?
I had a comment, if I may. So I had a meeting with Tom on Monday. And in that meeting, I requested that he provide detailed support behind these particular action items in the form of execution copies of not only the CEA, but also the TIF. And when we talk about TIFs and CEAs, we kind of talk about them as separate. They're linked at the hip. There are things in the TIF that speak to the CEA and speak to payout details. And similarly, there are things in the CE that refer back to the TIF. So you have to kind of look at these two things together and in depth. Tom mentioned to me, well, this isn't before you yet. This is only a public hearing, and well, it is a first reading, but we're only going to be doing this with the maps, and there is no backup detail. My point is there must be backup detail. We must have copies of those two documents. Those must be made available to the council. Those must be made available to the public. And if they're not included in the package that people come here to inspect, has anyone ever come to inspect a package? But one of these days, I'm going to come and inspect the package, and I'm going to look for that. Those things need to be made available. And my point for this evening is, if we don't have those, we do have a copy. I think it was submitted. There was, after several requests, it was finally made available to the council. It's 169 pages. And then we have a link that now has another 200 pages, and it still does not have a copy of the final execution copy of the TIF and the first and second amendments. This is the third amendment of the TIF. So my point to the council, and specifically to John and to Tom, is that we need these details, and the sooner we get them, then the sooner they're made available to the entire public, the better, so we know what we're agreeing to. Ultimately, those things have to be redlined. And we will, I'm assuming on the 8th, correct me if I'm wrong, actually vote on red line versions of these. We won't do that.
So
This is a surprise to me.
these are, so what both the TIF and the CEA will be amendments that will essentially be addendums, and the nature of what the amendments are don't necessarily require language changes in the master document. So I think that's something.
I think we need to look at the whole package.
Mhm.
We've gone to great lengths here to provide additional detail, but the ultimate detail, and this is very similar to the, the analogy here is we've had problems with making big decisions looking at maps alone. We began this whole cycle of new council with tremendous discrepancies between our zoning and what was actually part of the GIS maps. I don't want us to walk down that path again, ever.
Councilor Himo, I believe that the town clerk did include the CEA and all the TIF documents in the packet.
I breezed through that. It was provided this afternoon
Mhm.
through the link. I did not see it in there. Did
Yeah.
not see the TIF in there.
absolutely is provided.
So those should
Well,
be in there.
then you're
Those
gonna
are-
have
Those
to
are available
take a
for the
break and
public.
point it out to me.
I will.
And I think-
But the fact that nobody has looked at that on the council, I think, is unacceptable.
Well,
and-
Councilor Hamel, you shouldn't make claims like that because
Why is that?
I did look at the
Oh,
TIF and
okay,
the
I'm
CEA.
sorry.
I know where
President,
I know
members.
where they're located online. They're available to the public. These
Well,
aren't hidden documents. They are out there. There's a specific website that has
I
all of the
apologize.
information available.
I
So
apologize, but yours comes in top line format, a PowerPoint. It's very helpful. Doesn't tell the whole story, tells half the story, tells the top line story. There's a whole nother story, and we need as many eyes on this as possible, including those in the public. Okay, that's my point.
yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, it's a fair point to say every counselor before second read should read the TIF and CEA. I don't think that's not an expectation. And frankly, that's something that everybody should have done already. Multiple times, if not, yeah, and have, so.
Well,
I have them
then,
all printed out in notebooks.
I think that's great. I'm not gonna try to make a representation in terms of who's read what, but I would like to say that the public has no line of sight to this whatsoever, okay, yet, as of this
When you
moment.
say no line of sight, what do you mean?
If I'm a member of the public, how do I find a signed copy of the CEA? I would assume that would be provided in the public notice, that's, and the materials that are said that are available to the public.
So
on the
I think
spectator.
maybe what would be helpful, because of the questioning, and I'm sure many members in the public would also like to know where to find the information. I can pull up real quick just to show how to navigate the website to show where that information
A lot of
is.
people are not online. Actually, there's someone running for council that's not online. I think we need to make it available in both forms, hard copy as well as a soft copy.
So that would be,
I'm gonna, are these materials still available, or now that the notice period has ended? Are they still available
the
tomorrow? If I
public?
were to come in and inspect these, would those materials be available? So I'm gonna come in. I know where they are online. I've had a chance to read through them very quickly, matter of few hours before the meeting. I want to be able to inspect them and make sure that what's available here in hard copy, is the exact detail. And people shouldn't have to go fishing for it. It should be part of the order. It should be backup for the order.
it is.
It is.
I think you caught that it wasn't, and it's been corrected. So again, I think that's,
I think I appreciate it
Yeah.
being done on the, within hours of this meeting.
Yeah.
No one's had a chance to study that in the public.
so again, for the public, if you're interested, there is a website under planning and codes that has the Scarborough Downs development where a lot of the different presentations and things are done. So what Councilor Hamel is suggesting is this particular document, the TIF development program, as well as the fully executed CEA, is something for ease of use to find. And again, I will say finding it online is a bit of a challenge if you aren't familiar with our website. So just want to point out that if you go and you search TIF or CEA and you go to this site, you'll be able to find all the documentation that you may be interested in reviewing. So any other questions on anything that was presented before we get into the different items? So I will open it up to public comment in a sec, or I will do that now. So I think we are at the point where, again, if there's anybody in the public, and we're going to get to all 4 items tonight, so I'm going to try and keep the public comments specific to the items that we're deliberating. So if there's anybody in the public who would like to comment specifically on the order number that we're on right now, which is really the tax increment financing district development program update. So I don't know, Ken Lee online, if that's specifically what you would like to talk to, but I'm gonna allow you to talk. And if you could just state your name and address, you might have to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. And thank you for sharing the slides because it really helped to bring someone like myself, a layperson, up to date. Actually, my question was, the question I have, I'm sorry, my name is Kim Lee and I live at 18 Sawgrass Drive. And the question I have pertains to the buffer along the school and along like the terrace, along on the slide that you had, it showed the green buffer. I was wondering if that green buffer would affect the Sawgrass neighborhood.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with the TIF, but what I will say is I believe that area is already developed, so I don't think there's any impact that any buffer change would have to that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So anybody in the public who would like to comment specifically on the TIF? Yep, that will be, that's a couple more items down.
Hi.
Hi.
Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. Now, you might send me to my seat. I've read everything on that's available online, you know, through the council, all that material that you all have to go through every meeting. I kind of feel like the emperor doesn't have any clothes, because we're talking about so many specific things: buffers, the rezoning, the TIF, the CEA. And what happens if the school doesn't pass? And it seems to me that the Downs owns 37 acres already. So what is this all about? And apparently, I'm not a fan of the option agreement, I have to admit. In the option agreement, I understand that things have to be sewed up by October 31st or November 7th. Now that's before the vote will be known. So what are we doing? I mean, this is a lot going on here, a lot of changes, and you know, what's going to happen if the school doesn't pass?
So the option agreement is, it goes through December 2024. So if the school doesn't pass, and the town makes the changes in accordance with the option agreement, then we would essentially have another year to figure out what the next solution is and what happens with the land, if that is part of the
It
solution.
just seems to me that there's an awful lot of changes, and I'm just not. I just don't like the option agreement. I didn't like the preliminary discussions, the letter of intent, and you know, I'm just expressing my opinion, and I'm concerned. You know, you own 37 acres already, so.
You know, you have to address the council.
Okay. Oh, bye.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else in the public who would like to comment on the TIF amendment? And if you could try and please keep your comments specific to the TIF portion, that would be great.
I'll be real simple. This whole mess should be tabled until after we vote on the school. It sounds like a deal we're gonna sign already regardless. They're gonna get what they want regardless if we accept the bond or not. And that's not fair to the taxpayers. I think this whole mess should be tabled. We don't have the information. You all might have that document to read, but we don't. And guess when we found out we could find it? 10 minutes ago. And you're gonna ask us to vote on something to give the Downs more? I think the taxpayers would like to take and start seeing that money come back in their tax bill, so it's lowered, rather than keep giving it to the Downs. I think we've given them enough. I spoke on all of them. That's the position I'm gonna take on all of them. This whole thing should be tabled until after the vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pritchard. All right, is there anyone else who would like to offer comment on the TIF portion?
Jack Fay, I live at 14th Mulberry Lane. I just wanted a clarification. You showed on your slide that we've given back how much? 40% in taxes, 6.5?
2.6.
2.6. So we've charged them $6 million in taxes then.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if they got back 40%, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I know you're good at math. We must have charged them $6 million and then given them back 2.6 million. Is that correct? I just wanted clarification.
Yep.
That's all. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Hi, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue, and I'd like to respectfully request that we get to comment on all 4 items because they're all connected.
If that's easier for folks,
It's much
if that's
easier.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
much
can do that.
easier. Okay, thank you very much. And first, before I start, I think this is the last council meeting before the election, and I'd like to thank Councilor Clucci for his service. Much appreciated. First, I wanted to comment on the house density impact slide that you showed. What the slide doesn't say is that the latest rate of growth ordinance allows the Downs up to 35% 3 bedrooms in its multifamily units, which is really no different than allowing a single family home. So to crunch the numbers, if zoning remains in its current state and 148 single family houses are built in the VR4 district and 73 bedroom units are built in the CPD district, that's the equivalent of 218 single family houses. If the zoning the zoning is changed to allow 500 multifamily units in the CPD district, that's the equivalent of 175 single family houses at that 35%. So it's not that significant a difference of only 43 single family units. And actually looking at Karen Martin's slide, it would be interesting to just calculate the financial impact of 43 single family units, because that's the real difference. Then secondly, while the CEA is open for amendment, I'd like to see the town add a provision that would require the Downs to forgive up to the full 40% of any TIF revenues for projects within the CPD district that are also being granted a CEA, or for the Downs to apply its 40% to such projects. Case in point is the very worthy 3I project, which recently requested a 50% CEA for its 51 unit development. With the Downs still taking its piece of the pie, that leaves only 10% to cover the cost to serve. In other words, Scarborough taxpayers would be covering the other 90%. This particularly doesn't feel right, as the Downs is not only getting its tax break, but will be claiming this project as the 10% affordable housing it's required to build, and doesn't even need to take the growth permits out of its 3-year pool of 400. So it's a trifecta for the Downs. Finally, I have to wonder why, legal or not, why this council would agree to zoning changes and CEA amendments before taxpayers have even voted on the school referendum. And to Councilor Hamill's point, where else in town and what other developer would get such consideration for the purchase of a parcel of land? Had the school building committee, the school board, town council, and administration truly done its due diligence by simply identifying what 20 to 25 acre parcels in town might be available for sale and came to the public with true comps, we wouldn't be down this rabbit hole with such convoluted terms and sales of conditions. I truly appreciated Chairman Anderson's detailed explanation of the negotiation process on the option agreement in August and the work that went into it. However, just because it was the best deal the town could get from the Downs, it doesn't make it a good deal. And finally, just as the council and the school board have denied taxpayers the right to choose between renovating the 3 neighborhood schools versus this mega K-3 solution, the council has also denied taxpayers their right to vote on the Downs location and all that goes along, including its impact on the Sawyer Road neighborhood, with it as by making it, not making
Crystal,
it a
if you could-
standalone, not making it a standalone on the ballot. And thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
All right, if you could please withhold your clapping, that's against our rules. All right, and again, if anybody wants to talk to anything that's on the agenda, you're more than welcome to talk about any of the 4 items.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recommend that we suspend the 3-minute rule and let the folks that are here speak as long as they'd like. Thank you.
I will try and keep to the 3 minutes tonight. But again, if there are multiple topics, because again, that is the benefit of going one by one. So as we get to different items, if someone would like to come up and talk specifically on the specific item that we're discussing, I would allow it. So again, each time we go to a different item, I'll open it up for public comment.
I'm gonna do all of them at once, like we discussed. I had swore I'd never come back to another town council meeting, and here I am. I broke my promise to myself. Let me try to get through it. Liam Summers, Holmes Road, Scarborough. I live adjacent to the Downs, unfortunately for me. I am trying to understand how this council is prepared to decide on significant and impactful zoning changes without even having a master plan of the buildings that will go into that land that's potentially going to abut a school full of young children. We don't even know what's going in there. We're just going to approve it. It's also apparent that the general public is not being provided full transparency on these zoning changes, which will dramatically alter the surrounding neighborhoods, cause a significant drain on town resources that we have seen, and further aggravate an already dangerously overcrowded traffic situation. A current town councilor ran on a platform of tempering development at the Downs, citing his concerns about unchecked development having a detrimental impact on our smaller neighborhoods, putting a dramatic strain on our town services and resulting in significant increases in our taxes to subsidize the Downs. Yet once elected, changed course and is now giving his full-throated support of granting these zoning changes to enable a massive uptick in that development. Now, while the benefit of these zoning changes for the Downs is very apparent, and to be clear, gentlemen, I don't blame you one bit. It's good business. It's bad business for this town. They're getting every advantage and the town is subsidizing those advantages over and over again. In fact, you could argue it's a negative advantage for this community and for the finances of this community. It essentially fulfills the concerns the councilor who's running for office stated in his materials about the overdevelopment of the Downs having that negative impact. The town's own planning board, these people who are paid and are trained to do this work, is telling this council it is a bad idea. I have the letter from them. They're telling you their concerns. In fact, they state that with this parcel so close to existing low-density residential housing, from a land use perspective, it does not recommend approval of the zoning changes. That's your own planning board. The town as a whole and neighborhoods adjacent to the Downs in particular deserve to have representation from this council that is at very least equal to the representation they are consistently providing to the Downs, and not be treated as second-class citizens to be heard only after the needs of the Downs are fulfilled. This body is called the Town Council, not the Downs Council. Agreeing to these proposed zoning changes essentially, especially in advance of the vote on a school, is not in the best interests of the town. And I urge this council to put what's best for the town in front of what's best for the Downs. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item or in general? Again, we can circle back to. I think you might have already, well, yeah.
Do it all?
I want to talk about VR4.
Okay, go ahead.
Now or later?
I'll allow for it.
Okay.
You were brief last time.
Jack Fay, 14 Mulberry Lane. You already heard that. Section 14 of Village Residential Districts adopted 7/19/23. Under Village Development Standards, number 3 says the street network in a residential development or a private access road or driveway located in the VR4 district shall not provide or create vehicular access from Sawyer Road to serve non-residential development located outside of the VR district. Right now, somebody put that in there to protect Sawyer Road from anybody trying to get into the downs. You want to change that, or I shouldn't say you want to. The Downs wants to change that. Obviously, because they want to have more people access the Downs from 4 directions. In their own CPD section 20.c, Crossroads Plan Development, they say additional consideration should be given to the street networks. Should avoid creating direct travel routes that result in the establishment of a shortcut through the district. It also says in here, the network of streets within the development that allows travel within the development without using collector roads. Tom, tonight, you told us Sawyer Road is becoming a collector road. Their own plan says don't use collector roads. And yet they want to use Sawyer Road. I cannot understand why we aren't looking at our own things and we realize why the Downs wants that access. You're going to turn, as it came out in the last meeting when you had the Sawyer Road impact, 1,100 cars a day travel over Sawyer Road today. You're going to add 3,000 cars. Your expert was very good. 387 cars during school prime time. But he neglected to say until it was questioned, what about when people are trying to get the shortcut to the Downs, to Costco and to everybody else over there? What about the people getting out of the Downs that want to make a shortcut? 3,000 more cars, that's 4,100 cars a day are going to be traveling down Sawyer Road between a place that has no traffic light on Gorham Road and a traffic light that the people on Route 1 like to go through on the other end of Sawyer Road. You just said there's a town ordinance against speed bumps, and yet that was part of the plan that was presented at the Sawyer Road thing. 3 nicely placed, not speed bumps, speed tables. One of them would be at Durant Drive. That's what they would said. That's a great place for all the kids who are turning into school so they can have a car accident. That's one of the major problems that a driver, not a traffic expert, but a driver thinks that if I hit that bump too hard, I'm going to lose control of my car. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the public like to comment on anything on the agenda?
Tim Lambert, 12 Iris Drive. So the fact that there is no master plan, if these changes go through, I actually, I might be in the minority, but I see that is potentially a positive because right now, I think a lot of people might agree if they really think about it. The biggest problem we're facing in Scarborough is not the schools. It's not overcrowding in the schools. It's the same problem we're facing in the rest of the state and the rest of Southern Maine, and that is a major lack of affordable housing. I don't know what the plan is for these residences that would potentially be, added to the Downs and by changing these to, 20 units per acres. But what I would like to know is who benefits. If it's the Downs developers, then there's nothing in it for any of us. But if it's more affordable housing for employees who want to live here and work here, but can't afford to, then that could potentially be a good thing. Right now, based on the median income for Cumberland County, the average household could potentially afford a $420,000 home with an $80,000 down payment. There are currently 3 homes for sale, listed for sale in Scarborough that are $420,000 or less. There are about 37 homes that are much more than that, with the average being $897,000. We don't need more $800,000 homes. We need affordable housing. We're all affected by it. Oh, I'm sorry. The subject is the master plans and what is the plan for this space. So if we're talking about, rezoning and replanning, who gets the benefit from that? That's my question. And, if there's something that's going for the greater good of, the people in Maine, then that's great. But if this is just going to further enrich the developers and the real estate agents who get to sell the homes and collect those commissions, whereas the rest of us in town are, kind of ignored, then I'm against it. That's my 2 cents. I think that we've put way too much focus on the schools. The kids are going to be great. We're going to take care of the kids. Our schools are great, whether the school passes or not. The kids are always going to have a place to go to school. But what I really worry about is being able to hire people and not having the homeless people living on the streets in a marginal way. And so I hope that we can consider those points. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to comment on the TIF or anything on the agenda?
Julia Plunkett, 76 Maple Ave. If we're talking about rezoning and we're talking about this space that is sort of behind Sawyer and across from Maple, we're talking about this really nice sweet spot of development. You're going to get so much pushback because I think I need to kind of put it into context as well. I thought that the Downs was a great idea. I felt like an option that was tucked away in the woods, that provided more housing, which I completely agree is an ongoing crisis that Southern Maine, coastal Maine, Mount Desert Island, I mean, you name it, they're having an issue. And to have an option that utilized a space that was for sale to be able to accomplish more of that sounded really great. What you're asking for, or what Scarborough Downs is asking for, is buy-in from small communities who are going to be directly impacted by these rezoning propositions, essentially by the purchase agreement. So at the end of Maple Avenue, next to Sawyer Road, you're basically asking us to say, yes, we're ready to sign on to a plan that has no plan and to roads that are going to completely irreparably damage and change these communities. I mean, that would turn, I think, all of our neighborhoods into spaces that we would not recognize, and many of us would choose not to live on. So as you take into consideration what rezoning does or doesn't do, know that the public whose front doors, whose front yards are going to be impacted by any of these decisions, they are opinionated because it's at their front door. That's why we're so loud, because it's at the front door. So anything in the future really requires public input because of how close to home it hits. Thanks.
All right, any other comments before we put the item on the floor?
Hi, Mark O'Leary, Cottages at Sawyer. First, I'll applaud the need for the school. It's there. I'll also applaud the Downs for what they've accomplished. I think it's pretty incredible. I think we'd be hypocritical to think that we're all not going to use those amenities that they bring in there. Third, I wouldn't want your job. The question I have has to do with the TIF and the CEA. I've had conversations with the town councilors, managers on the CEA. I'm not asking for one tonight. Don't get me wrong. What I don't understand is I just found out that you're probably going to include our property under the TIF, which I think is great if it helps the town. But I'm also finding out that residential within the Downs applies for the CEA, and I on parts of it. We're trying to create housing that takes care of the lower end of things. And if that doesn't work with a CEA, I don't know what does. I just need to put that out there. I'm just speaking my piece. Once again, thank you for your job. I just wouldn't want it.
Anybody else in the public like to comment? No, and again, if something comes to mind as we get through the other items, I'll open it up for additional public comment if anything else comes to mind. So with that, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
All right, any discussion? Anyone going with Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I would just remind people that this is a first reading. And the second reading and any decisions are, is it 3 weeks?
November 8th.
Yeah, so it's 3 weeks. And I've indicated I'm happy to hear from folks, you know, their thoughts, particularly on that buffering, because that was one of my concerns. So anyway, thank you.
Right, Counselor McGee?
Sure. I think, yeah, I think that's an important distinction, that the real vote on this is after the election. We will have that information in hand as to how the voters in Scarborough feel about this project. This is part of, you know, as the schedule showed, this is part of putting it through its paces. I will say that I do appreciate the engagement from all the public here tonight. I think it's important and critical that those opinions continue to be heard by everyone on this council. And I think we are all going to see what happens on election day. I think that's going to have a huge impact on how we go forward. So that's all I wanted to say about this for the moment.
Any other comments on the TIF? Counselor Cucci?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I need to decouple the 4 items in front of us and just talk about the TIF because I think it is unique and different. I'm supportive of expanding the TIF boundaries. I'm not excited about doing it for a specific project. I think we should be a little more holistic. And I do think O'Leary's property, if we're doing this, makes sense there. From the downtown TIF perspective, I think the town could benefit from it. So those are my comments on the downtown TIF. I think I can be supportive. I like to see maybe a little more thought around it to see if this is the only change that needs to happen, but yeah, I'm reasonably okay.
That might be something to think about for the workshop on the 8th, is to say if we want to amend it, that could be homework for other counselors and staff to say if we're gonna adjust it, what are the right things? I think there are limitations though in terms of percentage of land. I don't think we're quite close to that number.
No, actually, one of the benefits of the downtown TIF is there's no geographical limitation.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on the TIF?
Yes.
Counselor Katarina, or sorry,
Okay.
she pointed this way. Counselor Scyther?
So I'll just add that I would love to have more discussion of this at a potential workshop on the 8th. I also want to thank Counselor McGee for calling out attention to the timeline. Because we did hear that in public comment tonight several times that this is happening before the referendum vote. But because of the increased engagement and steps that we added, we actually will not be taking action at second reading until after the school referendum. And so our meeting on the 8th, we'll have a different set of information. And granted, it will be fresh information, but it will inform our decision one way or the other because this is only first reading. And so I look forward to more discussion, and I especially would love to have more information at the workshop as it relates to Counselor Clucci's questions about increasing the boundary, maybe even a little farther.
Great, Counselor Hamel?
Yes, thanks. In an effort to not become the champion of lost causes, I considered making a couple of amendments to this evening, and also, some potential motions, including one that I just thought of based upon the public comments, basically to postpone any action this evening. So, in the likely event there will be only support of one person for this, I'm not going to do that. However, I am not in support of this for a number of the reasons that I highlighted when we were going through it bit by bit. I think we take this high level approach to things. And the stuff that really matters is what's in writing, what the revised agreement will look like. And there's still not a copy of the signed TIF agreement and the first and second amendments in the package or in the hyperlink. I want to make sure that's available starting tomorrow for public inspection in hard copy and also online in a way we can send it out to the public and publish it.
Point of order, Counselor, the town clerk is indicating that it is in the
I've
packet.
just gone through it again, so. Okay, so I'll check with you later, but the point is it's not available to the public and the fact that they haven't had a chance to see it is not acceptable. We make laws, okay? And they're called ordinances. And zoning are the laws that we use to govern development. And we should treat them with that level of respect and reverence. And what we're doing here is not even close to that. So I will not support this, and I'm going to do everything humanly possible to make sure the public gets in the game between now and the day after the vote. And the idea that we're just punting on this thing, we've been doing it consistently for the past 8 months. We've been kicking this thing down the road, kicking the can down the road. Let the voters decide, it's not up to us. Yeah, it is up to us, okay? The public expects this of us. And if 6 people or 7 people think that they know better without hearing and really listening to the public and knowing that there's a huge rift on this, this is a very divisive issue and it's going to go right down to the wire. I think we're deluding ourselves. So I will not support this, and I'm going to take a similar approach to every step along the way.
All right. So when it comes to this item, unless there's another counselor who has anything to say, specifically for the TIF, as we kind of talked about earlier, the boundary change ultimately is a benefit to the town. So that allows the town to essentially shield new revenue. So any new revenue that comes from the zone, whether the zone changes or not, is going to be things that's going to help us stabilize the tax rate. And that's one of the tools we have as a town to really help with economic development, but also to help, again, stabilize the tax rate and make sure that we can use that money to support different things as opposed to, put it in our general fund. And so I'm supportive of the TIF separate from the school because I think it's a good decision for us from a financial management perspective. So I'm going to be supportive of moving this forward and seeing what happens from there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I just want to speak to the issue of process and procedure. I just, this is the third amendment to the TIF. Many of you on council have been part of, if not adopting it, certainly the first or second amendments. The amendments that are in the packet are, I think, in my view and that of legal counsel, they are complete. They reflect very specifically where the document's being changed and how. Unlike a red line version, which is another approach that we've used, I think this approach is actually far superior in that it really gives direct attention and clarity as to what aspects of that document are being changed. And that's how we've done it for the prior two as well. So I just want to be clear to the council that we're following the same procedure we've followed in the past.
All right, so with that, unless there's any other counselors who have comments, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1. Next is order number 23-110, first reading on the council order approving the First Amendment to the credit enhancement agreement between the town of Scarborough, Maine and Crossroads Holding LLC, and schedule the second reading for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. So again, this is essentially taking that rezoned parcel, or sorry, it's not rezoned, the current property that's owned, the 37 acres, and incorporating that as potential for tax reimbursement. So is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right.
Liam Summers, Home Show. It's not a comment, really more of just a point of clarity, because you had a slide up there that showed some of the financials that go along with this. Most of those numbers were in red. And I just want to understand, because you keep talking about the benefit to the taxpayer, but it still looks like there's a lot of subsidy going out the door, not a whole lot of money coming back in. I saw one number, which was very small, and a lot of numbers which are very red, very big in red. So if you could just clarify, when you're talking about the benefit to the town versus the subsidy that's getting paid out from the taxpayers to support this, if you could clarify that, that'd
Yep.
be great.
So it really ultimately goes back to the mix of development that would be there. And again, single family homes just in general are just a higher cost to serve. And so in the analysis, I think that's really the driver of what drives everything being in the red to start with. Even after there's additional analysis that the finance committee did that kind of shows what happens if we just do the TIF and make no changes, what happens if we do the TIF with no CEA, what happens if we do different scenarios, just to see like what the financial benefit would be. But the collective benefit with all the zoning changes plus the TIF plus the CEA still does result in areas where there would be a subsidy that would likely be provided to the development, though it would be lesser than what would be provided if we kept it the same. So, and again, I think that's just the way the cost to serve works as it relates to single family homes. They just happen to be expensive for the town to be able to manage. I don't know, Councilor Clucci, if there's anything you want to add, because I know you looked a lot of that analysis at finance.
Well, I just said, we did cover it briefly at finance, and most of the development scenarios do result in a negative impact to existing taxpayers was what we, the gist that we came out of it, that I think, finance committee left with. We've done much more detailed analysis, but I don't have that. I'm not prepared to go into that today.
Any other comments from the public?
Jim Pritchard from Maple Ave. Clarification. Subsidies is an expense. If it's over 600,000, do we get a chance to vote on it? Why?
Not in this context.
Why?
This is really looking at cost to serve. It's looking at operational cost of the town as opposed to indebtedness or a lease or something like that. So it really doesn't apply in this case at all.
What's in the charter is focused more on debt. And that's where if it's $600,000 or more of debt that we need to incur, that's the only
Well,
criteria
if
by
it's
charter.
in the negative, that is a debt. I didn't go to college, but if it's negative, it's a debt. We should have a say as to whether or not this payment goes out. I think we ought to get an interpretation. And it shouldn't be a private interpretation. We should have the lawyer right here so we can hear the interpretation altogether. Because I think the public would really like to have a say on this. Right now, as I sit here, I think the majority of this council is conflicted with, you have a conflict of interest. You've got so much time and energy in it. You're going to vote for anything that comes up, regardless of what we say. This is what happens when we do things behind closed doors. And I talked to you, John, right after the executive session. And I asked if these conditions were discussed in that executive session, which was a violation of the law. The time you said you couldn't comment. Now I know why. The agreement to change the zoning, the TIF, and everything should have been done in public. Now, here we are, 3 weeks before we have to vote. You give us 3 minutes to speak. These folks have had hours. All kinds of hours to meet with you in workshop. When we come to workshop, say you can speak at the end of the meeting. You take all the time with the developers, or you can speak at the council meeting. We get 3 minutes. Then it's usually public comment, second reading. Don't take our comments in consideration at all. And I think that's a violation. I think this whole thing stinks. Right from the beginning, from the school to this. When do we get a say? That's what you're supposed to do. Listen to us, not them, not the development anyplace else. They want growth. They charged us $7 million for property.
Jim, if you could wrap up.
I'm done. It's just disgusting. I think it's time we have an investigation of what's going on in this town. Because they're getting the money and we're paying.
So just to respond to the executive session comment, you know, when we're in negotiations with land, this was a land acquisition that is under executive privilege. So if you're referencing an executive session where the council was discussing the negotiations around this, that is
If I
something
remember
covered.
the executive.
Jim, I'm sorry, your time, you've had your time. We can come back at the next item if you have other follow-up. The other point is the letter of intent was issued in May. That was a step in the process that we didn't necessarily have to do. And the purpose of doing that was to put all this information out to the public to digest, to give us feedback before we got to the option agreement. And really the opportunity for everybody to voice and have your voice heard is your vote. So on November 7th, everybody will have that opportunity to vote. And as Councillor Scyther had said, you know, that will be new information that councillors will have to ultimately inform their decision. That is the most effective way for anybody to have their voice heard, is to use their vote. And so as you know, you ask, like, how do we take that input? I think all of this package, all of this work is ultimately intended to bring to the public an opportunity to make a choice. Our job is to do the work to make sure that we bring that information to the public so that they can make that choice at the polls. And that's what's happening on November 7th. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item before we put it on the floor? Oh, there's somebody online. So I'm going to allow you to talk. If you could unmute your phone.
Hi there, it's Rory Benjamin, 68 Maple Ave. Once again, I'll be brief since I know it's already been a long evening for everyone. Just would preface what I am about to say by stating that I'm not opposed to the need for a new school and a solution for the overcrowding in the schools. So this is not an anti-school remark at all. I'm kind of struck by Councillor Hamill's phrase "champion of lost causes," because that kind of feels like what it is to be a resident of Scarborough who's not affiliated with the Downs. It feels like we're kind of a lost cause and being overlooked here. In regards to the agenda item, I'm concerned about the lack of detail. Unless I missed something, I don't think it was ever definitively answered on the 20 units versus 40 units in regards to zoning adjustments. So that's a concern. The lack of detail overall. It just seems like the council is pushing headlong into this. And I understand Councillor Scyther's remarks in regards to having more information on November 8th, but correct me if I'm wrong, that does not apply to what the Downs intentions would be if the land were rezoned. I don't think they're magically going to come in November 8th with an explanation of what they're going to have. So it's a lot of bending over backwards for the Downs with a lot of question marks and a lot of uncertainty. And I guess I don't understand what the allure is. It seems like this council is susceptible to it and the council before is susceptible to it, where it's just making every possible accommodation for the Downs. And I fully support a solution for the schools. But if the council doesn't see that this has turned into a referendum on the Downs itself, it's going to be, it's going to be an interesting result come election day, because it's becoming less and less about the school itself. And it's turning more and more into a referendum on the Downs. And the more that the council just rubber stamps moving forward 7061 to give every accommodation to the Downs, it does not help the case for the school. Let's put it that way. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Hi, Tim Lambert, 12 Irish Drive. I'm just kind of thinking about the slide that you put up there where you said, if we don't do this, if we don't approve this, there could be a scenario where we end up subsidizing the Downs. And I am so confused by that, because, when this has been years in the making, right? And I think when all the deals, everything, all the CEAs, the TIFs, all the scenarios were put into place, everything was supposed to be for the benefit of Scarborough, and Scarborough would not be subsidizing the Downs. And in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, I recall seeing an article in the Press Herald saying that this has saved the taxpayers money by the extra revenue that's been generated by the Downs has, offset what could have been a greater tax increase for the property owners, if I remember correctly. So it's just it's kind of mind blowing to think that there's a scenario here that suddenly just kind of came out of nowhere. In my opinion, maybe y'all knew about it, but where we're suddenly subsidizing what they're doing over there, which and as we know, their residences, they're market rate homes, I believe. So, how is it possible that there's a scenario where we end up subsidizing market rate homes? Thank you.
Can I just clarify, what we're talking about this evening, is an analysis looking at the effect of the land to be rezoned. It's really important to know and to appreciate the credit enhancement agreement is across 550 acres of development. And we know going in, certain aspects of their development, residential types in particular, are not particularly successful for us, but on balance, the mixed use. And so far, the first 5 years have verified that it has been a net positive to us. So I appreciate how confusing it is, but what's being talked about tonight is different development scenarios on this little narrow piece of property. And it lacks the larger context.
Good point. All right. If there are no public comments, any more public comments, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, here again, I'm having agita with this thing. The good news is we actually do have a copy of a signed execution copy of the CEA, so there is supporting detail in that. And I hope this is not going to cut me off at 3 minutes, because I'm in trouble if that happens. So, but so we do have that background. We have not had the chance to discuss it as a council. We have not had a chance to look at details. But I will tell you, between now and when we meet again, the day after Election Day, and I've worked on this with John Clucci, discussed it with Councillor McGee, I discussed it with Councillor Shoup. I haven't had a chance to get to everybody, but I actually had a meeting for the express purpose to ask for the help of the town manager to draft two motions to the main amendment. And after much discussion and back and forth, Mr. Hall, for the first time, that I can think of, refused to assist me with that request. So that's a first. So I'm going to tell you that between now and that next day that we meet, I will be seeking to make motions to revise the main motion and to have it put in place. We will explore and study perhaps on the CEA, which we haven't even discussed, but the CEA actually, if this goes through as planned, would mean they have the opportunity potentially to exceed the $80 million commitment that was made in the original CEA. I will be seeking to do that. I will also be seeking to take a hard look at the authority that the TIF agreement and also the CEA agreement have bestowed upon the town manager and his authority to actually make changes unilaterally. I believe that is something, I don't know how it was ever written, but I think that's something that is contrary to our charter and contrary to our authority as the sole authority, the town council to be able to make decisions like that.
Counselor Hamel, like I am not aware of the town manager doing anything that you just said. So if you have information that indicates otherwise, that's important that you need to share that with the council, because I think you're making claims that are just not true.
We just discussed it. And I got to mention that Councilor Anderson and I, Chairman Anderson and I, also discussed this at length in terms of the possible consideration for things like this, but because it's early and because chances of it's coming, another mark, failed attempt at getting something through to my colleagues. I think we're just gonna have to wait until the public actually tells us exactly what they think.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Yes.
Counselor, I met at your request. I don't believe it's my job to draft amendments for you. I
provided a draft to you and asked for your feedback on it.
And I provided that to you. I indicated that where it should go in the document if you wish to offer it. And I think I went so far as to speculate what the effect of such an amendment was. So I believe I did comply with what you requested. And there was only one matter we discussed. With respect to authorization or special powers that I have in the credit enhancement agreement, that is just factually wrong. I have responsibilities under it, yes. So I take exception to that characterization.
There's a longer discussion and debate about that.
It's simply not true. Counselor.
Well, we'll have a long debate about that, and we'll look at some other authority that you've been granted throughout this entire process, which I think needs to really be studied in terms of what the outcome has been versus the effort. And it extends beyond this, going back to other attempts to include negotiations, on our behalf. We actually, in a prior effort, when we were studying the prospect of a downtown development, a retail development in the downtown, that we're still waiting to find out what that's going to be, the big reveal in the downtown. We hired someone from the outside to do that for us. I think we need to explore the possibility of doing that again. So that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, and I'd be happy to have a full discussion of that in public.
All right, is there anybody else who would like to offer comment on the CEA? Councilor Pucci?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I did talk to Don about the first part there about establishing a cap. And I actually asked the developers and the council at one of our earlier meetings if the intent of the option agreement was to modify the cap. And the answer was no, I think, from everybody. And the reality is that expanding the CEA does provide an opportunity for expanding the cap. So I did provide language to Councilor Hamel to help and lukewarm on it. I think there's something that's worth vetting. That having been said, I didn't want to go there right now because I actually don't support amending the CA. I think this is one of, it's similar to a couple of items on our plate tonight where we already have a defined process. If somebody wants a CEA, we say, hell, here's the policy, go. Go see Karen Morgan and Sedco. That would have been a more appropriate response to this than trying to bundle it into an option agreement and then trying to pass it after. I think we're seeing some of the effects of handling it in that manner. To me, I'm not going to vote for or against the CA based on whether a school referendum passes. I don't think that's appropriate. Same thing with zoning changes. I think I need to weigh them based on the facts. And in this case, I'm not seeing any extraordinary expenses that the developer is having to overcome because I don't know what they're even going to attempt to do there. So I can't support this at this time. That doesn't mean in the future there won't be a valid reason to do that, but I just, right now, I can't support it.
Right. Any other comments? Councilor Shoup?
I've not been part of the CEA process before, so I think I had a question first was that I know we had first originally granted a CEA to the Downs, and I was curious if there was actually a master plan in place or if we had a concept of kind of what the CEA was applying to. I think I'm with Counselor Clucci. I'm feeling uncomfortable. There is a process that we're supposed to follow for this. Generally, I mean, not knowing what's being on that land, it's hard to understand what the CEA would generate. We did run through, so I think when we were at finance, we went through, I think the scenario, if it was all commercial, if it was a mix, and if it was all residential. Great scenario, super helpful, but we don't know what it is. And so I think that makes it really difficult.
I think part of the challenge is we've never done an amendment to a CEA before, so I wouldn't necessarily say we have a process. There is a process for what to do if you want to apply for a new one, but we've never really had to do an amendment. So I'm not aware of a process that exists that is like the formal process. And this is the process we chose, was to do similar to what we do to the TIF, where, you know, essentially we make an amendment to the agreement and then go through a process. And I believe even Tom, because you connected with legal counsel to get input as well in terms of what is the appropriate process to do a CA amendment. And technically, it really is just a single action. It's not a double action, which is what we're taking. We've decided to extend the process that legal had said, which was single action with a second action and a public hearing on November 8th. So we've actually kind of created our own process for this one, trying to give the public, again, a little bit more time to digest the changes that are being contemplated. Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I mean, the way I was looking at this is, you know, extending the CEA was in essence just extending the boundaries of, just to make it all consistent, because it's part of the CPD. That's how I am looking at it at the moment. So again, this is first reading. I think there's more information to be gathered. I certainly will vote to move it forward. Now, where I'll end up, I need more information on the CEA because I wasn't looking at the way John and Karen are, like it's, I don't know. I just thought it was just make it consistent with everything else in the CPD. So I'll be interested in getting more information on that.
Counselor McGee?
Thank you. I did have a chance to talk a little bit with Counselor Hamel earlier in the day, and I just kind of encouraged Counselor to bring it forward, because I think the more time we have to hear an idea out and maybe vet it is the better. I mean, so I'm glad that, you know, some of the suggestions he's brought up, and I do believe that they deserve consideration as we go into a second vote. And of course, the ultimate, you know, we're going to have a lot more information on the 8th. But I do believe that we should be considering some of the amendments he's going to be offering on the CEA. So it's kind of where my head's at currently. And I think the council should be talking about those things.
Great. Counselor Katarina?
Through the chair to Counselor Hamel. I hope you're going to discuss it with me and whoever else you haven't discussed, because I don't know what they're talking about.
Well,
All right.
I would encourage for public transparency that we do it in an open session. Yeah, so that way, again, these can be debated for everybody.
He did admit that he hadn't got a chance to reach everyone.
Yeah.
He did,
Counselor Seither?
myself included. And so it is overwhelming when you're in a meeting and you're hearing that other counselors are having conversations, and that's fine. We all converse with one another. I haven't been privy to any of the amendments or discussion that has taken place around further amending the CEA. And so this is all news to me. I
Welcome to my
think
world.
that, please don't interrupt. I think that the conversation is worth a continuation at this point. I'm not sure that I necessarily, I frankly, I don't feel caught up. So if there is further discussion or amendments that people would like to offer, I think that this could easily be part of our discussion at our workshop. Like Jean Marie, I had kind of taken this and Counselor Clucci, I'm trying to take the school out of this and look at these pieces objectively. And But I think that it is I think we're not being very honest if we say that it's not part of a bigger conversation that we're having. And so you can't just take them piecemeal and vote on each one separately. You do have to have that kind of broader conversation. And so to me, it feels incomplete to take a piece out of the conversation at this point. I think that feels like maybe it's going to have unintended consequences. And so for that reason, I'm going to support putting this through and incorporating it into a future discussion.
Any other comments? No? So again, I think I would say I'm supportive of moving it through for the conversation. I'm willing to listen to other amendments and ideas that might come forward to see if those are things that at a second read, the council may want to agree to address. Again, I think when I look at this and I look at it through the lens of the benefit to the town, while just doing a TIF would be much more advantageous to us, the CEA portion, is definitely gonna, benefit the developer, but their success is our success. And that money is gonna go to investing in things that are gonna help ultimately create the value that this development is supposed to create for our community, which does, at the end of the day, will help all of us. So long-term, it will be good. Near term, there definitely are some peaks and valleys that we need to work through as a community. But I think big picture, looking out 30+ years, which is really what this agreement is contemplating, is that long-term annuity, again, of making these investments near term to get that really good long-term value for the community. So with that, I'm interested in moving this forward and seeing what happens with conversation. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? All right, all those opposed? All right, motion passes 5-2. Next is order number 23-119. First reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendment to the official zoning map for a portion of R052006 and U056001, being an approximately 9.4 acre parcel located off of Haggis Parkway, currently zoned Haggis Parkway to Crossroads Plan Development.
Thank you. And I would like to ask if I can just take a moment to clearly and correctly answer Councilor Clucci's question about the density factors. So in the CPD district, the base zoning is 20 units per acre, but the density factors do apply. And the density factors apply to many of our zoning districts throughout the town. And basically a 3-bedroom home counts as 1, so 1 unit per acre. So you could do 20 3-bedroom single family homes. Multifamily that's 1 bedroom or a townhome or anything of that sort that's 1 bedroom counts as half. So you would be able to do 40 1-bedroom units would equal 23 bedroom. And then a 2-bedroom is 0.66. So then you would get to 33 2-bedrooms. So that's how it works. It also applies to the Haggis Parkway district and the VR4 district. So all 3 districts have density factors. Okay. I double check. It's hard because the density factor language is a bit hidden in some of our other districts. And so, yeah. It does. Yes. And I can show you, if you would like to follow along, I'll show it to you when we get to the VR4. That's okay. So this first one is the Haggis Parkway rezoning. This is for 9 acres. This property is located on Haggis Parkway. It's adjacent to the Downs and the proposed or the currently Market Street that you have seen perhaps being built off the Haggis Parkway. So it backs up to that property. It is in compliance with our comprehensive plan. It is regional activity center. This did go through the planning board process, our planning board process and our zoning process for our council process rather for rezoning is a bit different. And I think that's why some of the text amendments follow one process where it comes to council first and then goes to planning board and then back. The zoning goes to planning board first. So they do have a schedule that gets them together at the same time at the end, but they did go a different path. So the zoning process went to the planning board September 18th. They held their public hearing and they did make a recommendation. They were generally in favor of the land uses from Highest Parkway to the CPD. They're very similar. Highest Parkway doesn't allow single family, CPD does. There was some general concern about impacts to natural resources, wetland impacts, if any, especially for higher density. So those things did come up, but this one was generally in favor from the planning board recommendation. That's really all I have for this one. I can answer any specific questions that you may have about the districts or the uses or any other concerns.
Thank you, Autumn. Any questions for Autumn? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item, either in the room or online?
Liam Summers, Holmes Road. Not coming back to one of these again, so I'm gonna get my money's worth tonight. We just heard some significantly different numbers than what has been presented. And there's a theme that's running through almost all of these, which is, and I hear these words a lot from the chairman, potentially, possibly, maybe. I don't know. We haven't seen it. I haven't read it. And yet all of this doesn't dissuade any of you, except for perhaps one, to stop what you're doing. Just forge ahead. And there's a saying called perception is reality. And if you don't think that the public is perceiving this body as being as a representative of the developers, you're sadly mistaken. And the gentleman that called in and talked to you about the referendum of the school being inextricably linked to this development, he's dead on. You are causing the school to suffer for your desire to support a development above all else. And it's going to cost the school and our children because of that. And you can laugh, Jean Marie, but it's the truth. And so you should stop. Take a pause. It's not going to change everything here. Take a pause. Be thoughtful. Read the documents. Understand the language. Give us the real numbers. Give us the real numbers. It's a circular equation. You said, well, single family homes cost more, and that's why we're in the red. But you want to grant zoning to build more single family homes. Those single family homes generate more children to go to the schools, which causes more of the overcrowding problem. We want to build more single family homes in this development. It's a circular problem. The developers are playing chess and you're playing checkers. So stop, take a pause. It's okay to think and read the documents that you're being presented with and present that information to the public in a way that we can actually understand it and trust the process. When you change numbers from 20 to potentially 40 in one meeting, you're going to get an outcry in the town saying, we don't trust what you're saying to us anymore. And whether it's intentional or not, I'll give you the benefit of good intention. But that's the perception, and perception is reality.
John, can I say something?
Yeah.
I don't want to get in the habit of going back and forth with public commenters. I want to be clear. I read all the documents. What Mr. Hamill is talking about is something internal that he circulated with other counselors that I haven't seen. So I just want to be very clear with the public. I read all of my council materials. I can't be held responsible for something that wasn't circulated to me by a fellow counselor. So I don't want to sound offensive. It's just, this is a lot. And the implication that I somehow am failing to do my job, it's hard to sit here sometimes.
Yeah, well, and I would just add, like, I very much understand the numbers and the situations of the numbers. Again, how we express that to the public, I agree, is a challenge. And sometimes trying to like boil up something that's much more complicated to something that, you know, is digestible for folks is a challenge. And it's something that, you know, we can continue to do better at and we'll do better at. But really the point, regardless of what Autumn shared or what I interpret from those numbers is when she again talks about the 40, those are 1-bedroom apartments that have a significantly lower cost to serve and don't produce students for the school. So again, it just depends on what the ultimate mix is of the development that would ultimately determine what the financial benefit is. The assumptions we made in our financial modeling did assume some mix of development of single family, 1-bedroom commercial, And that's how Karen Martin got to the outcome. So you have to some degree, agree with some of the general assumptions that cost to serve for multifamily, high dense units is less, which is fact. It's not something you have to agree with. There's studies, there's evidence that supports that. So if we're giving the perception that we don't know what we're talking about, which is complicated, it's a challenge to explain it. And so I think, I hope that there's a little bit of, at least acknowledgement by the public that we're not perfect. We're volunteers and we're trying to do our best, and how that's conveyed sometimes might be a little sloppy. It might not look perfect. But these are complicated things when we're talking about TIFs, CEAs, development, growth, investments. Like, this is not a simple one and done conversation. This is like a very, very busy conversation that we need to be able to, our very, very intricate and detailed conversation that a lot of factors are coming into play.
Julia, Maple Ave, fully agree. It's so complicated and it impacts so many people. It impacts neighborhoods. It impacts the integrity of said neighborhoods. It impacts the assumption that folks had who are moving into these neighborhoods even just a week ago. So I think we've heard it enough times that maybe pausing makes the most sense, because we're being informed that we are misinformed. So I understand and I empathize with where you guys are sitting in that, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good up there. I get that. It doesn't feel good out here. And I think it makes a lot of sense to take some space and try and understand the issue at hand, so that when we are coming to a solution, we are truly on the same page, and that, things being translated into lay terms is not the issue. The issue then becomes just people have different opinions and want to vote differently. Because right now everyone's just confused. So we're being asked to vote on something that everybody has got a lot of confusion around, whether it's translating it into lay terms, whether it's understanding how it impacts their community. So it would be great if we just took a pause, because I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm hopeful that you're hearing what we're all saying and sharing. There are a lot of people who are coming out of their bubble, saying they want to put signs in their front yard, and they're like, that's not me. Like, that's not what I'm about. But this has created such a reaction, an emotional reaction, that you have to take space. I have a 1-year-old. I want him to have the best educational experience possible. I had a great one growing up. I am passionate about him having the same thing. But right now, what you're going to get is feedback based on this being so convoluted and not on people actually wanting a new school. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I wanted to remind you that it's 10 o'clock. It's not even business after 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I motion to suspend the rule to take up new business after 10 p.m.
Second.
Right. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, if I could, suspend the rules on the 3-minute rule for the public.
Well,
That's a separate motion.
yeah.
then.
Okay.
Second.
Is there, will there be room for a break, considering we don't know how long this is gonna go?
Yeah.
We can.
Does
yeah,
that need a
we can
motion too?
Take a break. Yeah, I don't know if
Just
that's
a point,
needs
just an
motion.
inquiry.
After we motion, yeah. All right. So. So any discussion on the motion to suspend the rules to go past 10 o'clock for new business?
You paying attention down there?
No? All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes. Counselor Hamel, would you like to do a motion to?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we let people speak as long as they want from the public within reason, but suspend the 3-minute rule, because I think you've been doing it anyway, but thank you.
All right, is there a second?
Can we clarify what within reason is? Mr. Hamel?
Well, if you're relying on the judgment of the chair so far, I can go with that, so.
Is there a second?
And I'll just second and then I'll call.
All right, so all those in favor?
Can I?
Oh,
No
sorry.
discussion?
Discussion?
Jean Marie will testify to this, that I often keep sloppy time limits on ordinance committee meeting. And I think that's
Yes.
maybe what Counselor Hamel is suggesting. Do I want to be filibustered this evening? No. And that is not us saying anything against anyone here. I'm just, there's only so much. We, I think, have a very good sense of how this community feels that's standing in or sitting in this room currently on a lot of these topics. I want it to be value added because I do hear you. We do hear you. Trust me, we all feel it too. How many times do you want us to continue to hear it before you think it will sink in? Will it change our opinions possibly of how we will vote to send this from a first reading to a second reading? That's a fair question. We should be asking ourselves. You should be asking yourselves. We want to be careful of everyone's time this evening. That would be my comment. Perhaps some sloppy timekeeping would be advisable.
I'm not gonna ask him to define sloppy. so
All right,
we're just-
all those in favor of Counselor Pucci?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, the charter gives the chair authority over running the meetings, and I think John's using his discretion to, yeah, ultimately, he can override the time limit or not. And I think he's doing a reasonable job of it. I don't think he's cutting people off short. So
Agreed.
I don't see a need for this amendment. I don't think it clarifies it.
I'll withdraw the motion. I'm trying to
Thank
keep
you.
my count
Okay.
down, my wins, losses.
Withdraw your motion and then let's take a break. Do you need to withdraw your second?
I will withdraw the second.
All right.
I'll be really quick.
All right, we'll do public comment and then a break. Is that okay? All right.
I just want to say real quick, I'm Scarborough through and through. My parents moved here when I was 2. I live on Sawyer Road. I fell asleep to the sound of the horses running on Scarborough Downs. I think this hurts a lot because now the Downs is affecting my road that I moved back here. I just bought a house on Scarborough Road, on Sawyer Road. And now I'm looking at everything changing. And I would not choose to buy that house again. But if you guys would just pause, Scarborough's really smart. And we wouldn't do this job. I can't, I'm a single mom. There are a lot of people that can't, they don't have the time. We would love to be up there. I would love to be up there and give my time to Scarborough. I can't do it. There are a lot of people that can't, but Scarborough is smart. And if you guys pause and you let us see this information, we'll pick it apart. And we'll come to you and say, what about this? Or how about this? If you'd be transparent with it and you'd give people time. And instead of just stonewalling and pushing, and to be quite honest, ticking people off, because that's when you're going to be met with anger instead of cooperation or help. Because if you just look to the people and say, hey, ideas, instead of this is what we're doing, and then you get pushback instead of a town, maybe that's going to be a better way to do it. And I think pause might be the way to show the town that you might actually be listening instead of just keep pushing.
If you could just state your name and address. for the record.
Yeah, Heather Christie, 79 Sawyer Road. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick,
You still take a break.
yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then Rory, we'll come back to you to start. So just give us 5 minutes. We'll be back at 10:12.
Bless.
Oh,
That's because
did we lose Rory? I think we lost Rory. So let's, if someone can just help me keep track of Rory Benjamin, because I think he was gonna speak. But it looks like he signed off. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to comment on the HP zone item before we put it on the floor? No? All right, if Rory comes back on, we might go, oh, Nina? Oh, I thought you were gonna. Okay. You tricked us. All right, can I get a motion?
so moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Counselor Cucci?
So with this one, I don't have huge reservations about changing the zoning in this area. I think but one, it's already planned for development, or at least a good part of it is, and it's closer to Higas Parkway, that edge of the development. A broader array of uses, I don't think is a bad thing there. So I don't see much detriment. I don't have a problem moving this forward to second reading.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Shoup, you had your hand up.
I generally didn't have a problem with this, but I'm hearing the comments, the conversation that kind of happened tonight, and I put a lot of credence in the planning board recommendations, and I just wanted to comment that it is a little confusing or enlightening to learn that, they're commenting, and the whole conversation that happened at the planning board when they discussed this was 20 units per acre. And I think it was just kind of educational to hear that it could be more. And so, I appreciate the recommendation that we got, and I do typically, I do pretty much agree with Counselor Clucci, but it is concerning that we kind of discovered that this evening.
Counselor McGee?
Not really trying to muddy the waters. I got a quick question for Autumn. When we just recently did the new LD 2003 work, there's a multiplier effect, correct?
Yes.
In addition to what could be from a 20 to 40? Or did we kind of split circuit that?
I would have to look at it specifically, but we addressed it so you couldn't double dip.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, any other comments on this item? No, I think I agree with Counselor Clucci just in terms of, from a land use perspective, they're very similar. And with that in mind, I have no strong issue with the rezoning of the HP to CPD. It's one owner, so making it contiguous, I think, makes sense. Counselor Clucci, you had a
I
follow-up?
just had a question. I wasn't clear on that. What multiplier with LD 2003 were you referring to?
So you can actually do up to 2.5 times what the zoning states for affordable, correct? So does 40 units become 100 units per acre?
And for commercial or multiplexes, there's no lot size requirement, right?
There
Here.
is, well, there are
There
now.
is, okay. Oh, but not per unit. Okay.
Thank you, Autumn.
And I do just want to clarify too, the planning board, I think, is really good with understanding the density factors, so they're pretty used to it. And I want to make it clear that just because I said something wrong, the 20, we call it base density of 20 units per acre, and we call it 4 units per acre in VR4 and 5. Across the board, the base density is how we calculate it. It's just sort of lost in translation because we have these density factors. You can also get some density bonuses if you have affordable housing. So there's a lot of that. So it wasn't any, there was no intention of missaying 20 units per acre. That is the base density for the district. But the LD 2003 allowed a 2.5 density bonus for affordable. And what we did in the density factor section, we made sure that you couldn't use both. So if you had affordable, you couldn't use density factors too. So we tried to make sure we couldn't double dip because there was some concern about that. But I can get you that too.
then I'd just like to point out too, that the LD 2003 was state law that we had to comply with, not something that this council initiated out of will or was brought forward anywhere else. This was bestowed upon us by the state of Maine.
All right.
Affordable housing, I'll take a stab if you
There's a
don't mind. Coun-
definition and the zoning.
Yeah, so affordable housing too it's got, by definition, is based off of income, medium income of your county. So when we talk about, and this might be a good opportunity for me just to quickly opine just for a second. I hear it a lot. People want affordable houses in Scarborough. I want affordable houses in Scarborough. Well, affordable housing is actually a definition, and there are income parameters around it. Now, do people want houses in Scarborough to be affordable, or do they want affordable housing?
Right.
They're two different things. And that's why I think there's a lot of misnomer or miscommunication regarding that subject alone, because saying I want houses to be affordable in Scarborough is not the same as allowing affordable housing in Scarborough. Just.
Did you have
Just the
something?
legal or technical and legal definition in Scarborough is 80% of area median income.
Mhm.
And it also has how many family members, right? So if you're a family of four, I want to say the number was 80% of the median, Cumberland County median income. And I think that puts you somewhere around like $96,000 a year for like a family of four. It was an affordable housing program.
That's max.
That's what?
Max.
That's maximum income. So. Good questions.
Yep. All right. Any other comments on this item? No? All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1. Next item is order number 23-120, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading to the proposed amendment to the official zoning map for R053004, being an approximately 35.8 acre parcel located off of Preservation Way, currently zoned Village Residential 4, VR4, to Crossroads Planned Development District. All right, Autumn.
Thank you. So this one is the VR4 zoning. It's a 35.8 acre parcel located off of Preservation Way. In your packet is included the planning board staff report and the information concerning the comprehensive plan and the adjacent zoning districts and the adjacent uses. This is, of course, adjacent to the cottages at Sawyer, and portion of the school site is planned for part of this, about 12 acres, I believe. And it also is adjacent to Warren Woods to the east and the Downs Innovation District to the north. So that's a general location. When the planning board looked at the VR4 district, there were quite a few concerns that came up during the discussion. Really, a lot of them stemmed about what we've already touched on, not knowing exactly what was planned for the area, and then not knowing what was planned around the school and around the single family that is there now. And I believe that's expressed in the planning board findings and recommendation to you all that was included in the packet. We did have quite a few comments at the planning board meeting from the public and some general concerns about the uses. With that, I can answer any specific questions that you have. And I believe Councilor Clucci found the VR4 does as well have density factors applied based on the type of use in the bedrooms.
Great. Is any questions for Autumn? No, is there? Oh, go ahead, John.
So this, reading through VR4, and I don't fully understand it because I'm not on the planning board. It sounds like 10% of the land has to be set aside for open space and 20% has to be set aside for something. Like there's a bunch of rules around how the land can be used. But I didn't see the similar language in the CPD.
No, the similar language as what's in the VR4.
Having to dedicate well, they have comparable language, but
They have some similarities, but it's different. The village districts are really quite different in their specific requirements. They're meant to be designed around tree-lined streets and really have pedestrian focus and a village atmosphere, and which is similar to some of the residential design requirements in the Downs that we're seeing too, but the density is much lower. The commercial uses that are allowed in CPD are not allowed in VR4. So there's quite a few differences in that regard.
All right, any other questions for Autumn? No? Is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this item?
Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. For clarification for the LD 2003 conversation. So I'm here, what I'm understanding, and maybe I got it wrong, is that if it's 40 units to 20-unit buildings, and maybe that's for the other zone, it could potentially be 100 units if it's affordable housing. And what's of concern is that the Downs does not need to take their affordable housing permits out of their 400 every 3 years. And the pool that was created for the rate of growth is open-ended. So if somebody uses 50, the council, future councils can decide to just pile more in. So that could be 100 units in 3 years. Thank you.
All right.
Nina McKee, 3 and 9 Black Point Road. You're going to send me to my seat, but I have to say this. You all do a lot of work, and you all do, and maybe we don't agree with you sometimes, maybe, but you're up there, you know, and you do a hell of a lot of work. And I just think many times when there's a meeting, there are very few people of the public here. So you are very transparent. And if more people in the public would come to these meetings and have a chance to talk the way I'm talking now, out of context. But I just want to thank you all, because you really do, whether we agree with you, whether we don't, you're very civil and you work really hard. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for letting me say that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why you thought that was going to get you in trouble, Miss McKee.
Actually come back to the podium.
Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. Of course, I echo what Nina said. Certainly echo what town staff does here. And Autumn, who I've gotten to know on long-range planning. I'm not re-upping on long-range planning, but for anybody who wants to get involved in this town, it's not this kind of commitment. It is a commitment, but you do feel as though you make a difference. And I like to think I know a little bit. Proverbially speaking, I've broken bread with the majority of you, at least had coffee. I've been in meetings, I think, with all of you. And I just wanted to share one thing, and that has to do with this very issue. And that is, I was at the council meeting, even prepared some remarks. I attended the town council meeting and witnessed the council authorize the town manager to enter into the purchase option agreement with Crossroads Holding LLC for the purchase of land for a new unified primary school, including the town committing to advance the change to the zoning map to include additional parcels of land into the CPD. And on September 18th, I was at the planning board meeting. That's really what I'm talking about here. And I could skip all of this, but I just want to emphasize, I mean, all the language, all the verbosity of I was here and I was there and I listened to this and you all know it. And the institutional knowledge in this room is overwhelming. If you just look at Toady, all you have to do is be in awe. But that doesn't say anything less about the comment. I'm not speaking to any one person here. I'm speaking to the council, and I'm speaking in the abstract, meaning what is the town council? Well, you know, what is Scarborough? It's all of us, and the council is all of you, and we elect you. At that meeting, I'm just going to skip my notes. At that meeting, I like to think I'm kind of informed. When I got to that planning board meeting, the upshot of it was I was embarrassed. because I did not realize that what happened on September 6th, authorizing the town manager to do what he was authorized to do. And as a part of it, the town, the only way I know how to do it, how to say it, is the town put itself in the position of carrying the water of Crossroads Holding LLC at that planning board meeting. And it was embarrassing. I know it's a technical thing, and I hope I'm making sense, and may I have 30 seconds to wrap up? Thanks a lot. I hope you never put yourself in the position, or the town in the position again, where the town has to make the presentation to do this to the planning board. I don't know how you do it, but it should have been Crossroads Holding who was there making the presentation to the planning board. And it looked really bad. It made me embarrassed to be in Scarborough, you know, kind of thing. I mean, who am I? There's plenty I have to be embarrassed about. But, and if that, I think that makes sense to everybody here because you understand all the particulars. I'd love it to make sense to everybody, period. But, and Autumn did a great job. Frankly, the reason, and I'll stop after this sentence, the reason that Crossroads Holding wants this, the town, Autumn, you know, I love Autumn. She wasn't privy to it, and the planning board is asking questions. And anyway, it's sort of, to use the expression back assward, some of the things that's going on here. And so thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate your work. Thanks a lot.
All right. Anyone else like to comment on this item?
Last one, Liam Summers, Holmes Road. So we're looking at this parcel of land that's going to be adjacent to the proposed school site. And a quarter of that school will sit with the Downs development right next door. And we do not know what the Downs will build on that property. We have no master plan for that. And they can put anything they want there, up to and including light industrial. If I understood that correctly. No, is that not
Not the
correct?
light industrial.
Light commercial, sorry, I'm sorry, my bad. Thank you for correcting that. So we don't know what will go there, but what we do know is that they will do what is best for the Downs that makes them the most profit. They will not do what's best for the school that will be conducive for a learning environment. If that means that they put up high-rise apartment buildings there, because that's the most beneficial to their bottom line, they will do that. And so what I would ask you is consider what that school will look like. And it's already going to be shoehorned in because as I saw your plans, there's not a lot of room for expansion in that school. So we're going to be potentially in another situation 10 years, 15 years down the road, 20 years, I don't know. But you can take out a parking lot or you can, but it didn't look like there was a lot of room.
There's room.
Okay. But there will be a development right next door to them that we don't know what it will eventually become or be. And the developers, like I said, will do what's best for the developers. And I think you need to think about what's best for the school and what you would like your kids to go to school next to. And if that's high-rise apartment buildings or light commercial, then we have a difference of opinion of where we would want to send our kids to school. And I think a lot of the folks in Scarborough might disagree with that as well. So when you're thinking about this rezoning, I would ask you to have a commitment from the Downs first. What are you going to put there? Let's get that piece of information from them so you can make an informed decision. And it's not, we'll ask them later. You're kind of building the airplane as you're flying it. So my request would be, can we find out what they intend to put there and get it in writing from them? Thanks.
Right, are there any other commenters who would like to comment on this item? Anybody online? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Anyone? Counselor Cucci?
So I don't have prepared remarks, but so when I started on the council a little over 4 years ago, this was one of the first things that had come up, I think. And it was only a portion of the parcel, but they hadn't bought it yet. They had an option on it. They had requested rezoning it. And we discussed it, we vetted it, and ultimately decided it wasn't compatible with the VR4 or being adjacent to it. And it was, the council voted against it pretty strongly. It was 6-1, I believe. I still feel the same way. When I look at this and connecting to the Sawyer cottages at Sawyer planned development, I just, there's a lot of things that I don't know if that's going to work there. There's kind of too many unknowns, and it could work, it might work, but I just see one, so VR4 is very difficult to make money on or to pencil out, right? There's a lot of requirements for developing in that zoning district. And you're gonna have, so this guy is gonna be surrounded by somebody who has much greater allowances and responsibilities than he does. I feel like it creates an uneven playing field, and that's there should be stronger buffers around those types of situations. So yeah, I guess for a lot of reasons, I don't support this rezoning right now. I think we need to know more.
Can I just ask Counselor Clucci, when you say this guy, can you just specify
Oh,
what you mean?
Sorry.
That's okay.
So a portion of the VR4 here is already planned as part of the cottages at Sawyer Road, and the guy I think I was talking about was Mark O'Leary, who was maybe here now, was here earlier. Sorry for referring to you as
Nope.
the guy. It was not intended to be derogatory.
Counselor McGee?
So I was trying to find the right spot to kind of go through this, because I think, one, based on what public comment, I think one of the things that, and we've been doing this, so for anyone that doesn't know, I was on the planning board for 8 years, and this is my 1.5 year mark on being on the council. And one of the things I always found frustrating is the way the process works is that you would have the public come up, they would ask you questions, and then we all sit here and ignore them. Right? They never get a response. And that always drove me nuts. It's like, why don't we actually talk to them and give them answers? And it's just kind of one of those Robert's Rules of Order thing, right? They're supposed to talk to the chair, they're supposed to present it, and then, it gets turned over to the council. And if we choose to acknowledge that they just gave us some feedback or had some questions, we would do that during a discussion point, right? And what I've noticed over the years is just, I can't help but feel how bad, somebody has a legitimate question and it just gets glazed over. We miss it because once the discussion does actually turn back to us, it's easy. I mean, you get distracted after these side conversations. But I do want to point out some of my thinking, and I didn't know exactly where to put this piece in. And I think Councilor Clucci here kind of just drove it home that maybe this is the time I should be saying it. And the way I look at this is these last couple items, these 2 items that we're dealing with, that we're all struggling with, have to do exactly with the contract that was negotiated with the Downs for the school land. Hands down, these are not standalone requests. These were conditions brought to us through the school land negotiation, right? We voted as a council to adopt that contract. This contractually, we are obligated to put this process through its paces, right? I was opposed. It was a 4-3 vote to get that land deal through. I've struggled with, I expressed my dislike for the lands deal and all of these things that are contained herein that we are now currently struggling with again, but we already voted as a full body. It's in a contract. So my struggle has been, I still don't like the land deal, and now it's just resurfaced again. However, as a town, we entered into a contract. At what point is it okay to just sit there and say, yeah, I don't know, we voted as a body to sign a contract, whether or not it was a unanimous vote is a different story, but we did vote to put these things through its paces. So from where I sit, I don't have to like what I'm doing right now, but I feel okay because this was part of our contractual obligation of that vote. Now, November 8th, when I'm asked to do this for the second time, and my point has always been the voters should be really weighing in on a deal of this size. I think that's when our powers as an elected official really come to shine through, is on that second reading.
Mhm.
But for right now, I honestly feel like we should be following what we agreed we would do in a contract. I mean, that's my personal feeling on all of these items I've just seen before us. So I'm gonna send this to second read. We're gonna have the community vote in hand by the time second read comes in. And if that's another opportunity for us to say that clearly the public doesn't want it and the contract doesn't work for us anymore, that's the point where you hit the eject button, at least on these types of items. That's expressing my opinion. So, thank you.
Any other, Counselor Seifert?
So I feel like Counselor McGee teed me right up now to kind of say some things that I wasn't sure where were necessarily going to fit in the conversation. And this came up during the break, but I do want to stay, remind all of us, remind the public where this originated. This didn't originate at the council. And so part of the reason why we continuously struggle with the various pieces of this is because this is something that we are acting on behalf of a request that came from a committee that worked for 4 years to develop a plan for a school, which was then voted on unanimously by the school board and tasked the town council with a set of, only the town council can act on certain pieces of this. And so, like it or not, we have an obligation to them, and I'm honored to, participate in the process that I think does justice to the request that was made to the town council and the various pieces that we have to act on as a council. And so to that, if we rewind the meetings, I was pretty adamant that we had to have a site in order to send this to referendum. I had said all along that was one of the conditions that made me incredibly uncomfortable, was that we would potentially send the school to referendum and not have an idea of what the site was going to be. And so the land agreement gave us that opportunity to pursue this, to pursue it with the public, for the building committee to get out as much information as is humanly possible on the site that was selected. To Nick's point, we now, thanks to the leadership of this council, have set ourselves on a timeline where we have been able to do the process justice up through first reading. The people will be allowed to have their vote and their say on November 7th, and then we will reconvene on the topic the following day to decide what we're going to do at second reading. To me, there are definitely parts of the process that have been painful, but to me, that is a timeline that I am more comfortable with than I could have perceived being comfortable back in August when this whole thing started. And so for me, I'm a yes on putting this through, because I think that the process that we have kind of unfolded as we've worked our way through this is one that I can support and I can get behind, knowing that that ultimately everyone will have their vote on November 7th now. And that's, I think, puts us in a really good position to be decision makers.
Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I hear the rationale for that. I really do, but there's, it's never too late to say no to a bad deal. This thing has been bad from the beginning. It's been a Swiss cheese. We're acting as if we're obligated by a contract. There's the language in that contract that is so loose. I think it's unenforceable. Reasonable efforts. We have to go through reasonable efforts to make land available, and they get it anyway. I mean, I don't know. I did an analysis of who wrote this paper and, who wrote the language for that. And it was 75% of it was written by the Council for the Downs. So, there's the best predictor of future performance are past results. And if you look at our pattern, trying to say all things will be made new again after the vote on November 7th, past experience would suggest that has a high likelihood of not being true. I think it's very possible the school may come back with the same plan, may try to put it forward for a vote again in June. It's just, we've had a bad track record with this. And I know that, there are two sides to this, and everyone's done their best efforts. They've done the best they can with what they believe to be the right thing. And at some point, we hopefully will learn from that. But I can't support it, and my position on this has been purely considered.
So I just want to do a quick point of information because it was actually the town through our attorney who provided the first version of the option. And essentially, I was curious because we spent 9 months on it to look at what was originally submitted and what we ended up with. And 90% of what we provided at the front end was provided by the town. And what took the additional time between then and the final option was all the legalese. There was a lot of legalese with attorneys, certainly, that were involved, but the foundation, the content, the majority of the things, those were delivered by the town at our first agreement. So I just want to make sure that the public knows that, you know, it wasn't driven by the developer. The town kind of came forward first with a lot of these terms that were contemplated for various reasons that, you know, we talked about before as to why we came forward with these. So again, I don't think it's fair to state that it was the developer who did this. This was driven by the town. And it was the town who put all of these things forward in good faith, ultimately to try and get 22 acres of land for a school because there is no other land available. So, or no other areas that are gonna, you know, meet the requirements that the committee did through their site selection process. So again, I just want to clear that point. Any other, Councilor Shoup?
Yeah, so I mean, I think I interpret the contract a little bit different than Councilor McGee. When I look at it, especially with the zoning adjustments, we're making reasonable efforts. And part of those reasonable efforts is to kick it back to the planning. And we did that. So the planning board came back. And just like as Councilor Seidler said, we had a school building steering committee who spent the last 4 years, and we took their recommendation and we came forward following the recommendation from that committee. Now, under this contract, we're using another committee and we're going to the planning board, and we said, you guys are the experts in the zoning adjustments. And so under this, I feel like we have done our due diligence. We sent it to planning and we got back a negative response. And I think we have an obligation to, again, take those experts and take their recommendations seriously. I think they identified a lot of serious concerns. And again, you know, we talk about making environment, you know, a priority in this town. And there, a lot of that conversation was about the impact and the environmental impact on Warren Woods. And I mean, we're not even talking about buffers tonight. So I do support the process. I do think it is important to put this to second read, to hear the voters at the polls. But I think I've expressed my opinions on this.
Yeah, you said it. I think the option agreement is just that, right? I mean, it says October 31st, not November 8th. So technically, if they wanted to, they could pull out because of that. But you know, there's also a clause in there that you got to talk about it. So I don't think that I viewed the option agreement as a promise to do these things so much as we're going to vet them, we're going to do our due diligence, and when you're in a negotiation, and you still are or could be in the future, things change and you pivot, and we understand our priorities a little more clearly. They understand their priorities. So I guess I would caution against supporting a zoning change because it's a requirement of a land deal or a land option. Support a zoning agreement because it conforms with your comprehensive plan and and your values and you know, whatever else. Sorry.
Councilor Katarina?
Yeah, you heard earlier my concerns about, for example, the zone changes and whatever. Where do I start? You've all mentioned things that I, you know, feel very strongly about, including the fact that, for example, I can identify with Councilor Seidler. I was very clear at the beginning of the process with the school board that until they had a site identified, I wasn't going to support sending it to referendum now. And I, you know, they came up with a site. I know there's not a lot of land available in Scarborough. There's not a lot of land that's ready to go fairly quickly. When I say ready to go, i.e. has infrastructure, like sewer, your electric and whatever. On the other side of the turnpike where I live, there's no sewer. They did look at the Grondin parcel, which is next door to my house. And that wasn't gonna work for the school for a number of different reasons. They looked at Two Rod Road, because I was like, oh, I didn't realize it was this parcel on Two Rod Road. And I suggested they look at that. So anyway, for better or worse, I'm really disappointed. But I mean, I just know how people are. I've been around for a long time in the town of Scarborough since 1988. And, you know, this town has a hard time with change and has a hard time with doing things like building a new town hall until the floor finally collapsed and they had to do something. The Wentworth School, where you had so much asbestos and lead and whatever, the kids were being poisoned essentially. So they finally had to do something with that. That got turned down a number of times. Middle school, state paid for that, but it was too small the day it opened. So, I mean, you know, it's politics. I hate to say it, but it is, it's political. What I hope we don't lose sight of is our children and our students and what the future is going to be for them as far as the schools. Now, I'm out knocking on doors right now and I still hear frequently from younger people in particular, well, I really like the neighborhood schools and I don't understand why we don't have neighborhood, you know, aren't continuing neighborhood schools. And I'll tell you honestly that I was the same way. I was like, what the heck are we doing? Until I realized, and there was a study done, and I believe it's 2016, 2017, I can't remember the date, the original Harriman study, 17, where they were pretty explicit about why it didn't make sense to keep those schools going. Regretfully, you couldn't go up on them because of the structure. Plus, it's my understanding there's some state law about kindergarten, first grade have to be on the first floor, which is, don't get me going on that. Land to expand isn't there. Costs a fortune to heat them. There's no cooling. The minute they started adding I call them the trailers, whatever they call them, the modulars to the schools, then there was an issue. Frankly, as a former teacher, it frightens me to think there are little ones out in trailers, given the atmosphere of what's going on right now with guns and this and that and the other thing. So I just want the town to not lose track of that. And I can see the faces and I can see the shaking of the heads and the back there. I get it. I would have concerns too, if they wanted to put a road in front of my house. I'd want to know everything, you know, that was going on. I happen to live on 114. Don't talk to me about roads in front of your house, but I chose that house, so I live with it. But that being said, there's a bigger picture here that's getting lost. And the reason I chuckled, Mr. Summers, when you said that about, you know, people are to some degree putting the Downs together with the school, which is really sad. And for some reason in this town, people don't like the guys in the Downs, they don't blah, 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 and they are confusing and it's getting all mixed up together. And it's frustrating as heck to me. And there's a lot of misinformation out there too. There's tons of misinformation out there. So anyway, I'm going to shut up because it's getting late. But I am going to vote to move this to the 8th. The voters will have weighed in on the 7th. We'll see what happens on the 8th. I've always been one to send something forward from first reading. I don't think I've ever voted, even though I may disagree with it, to heck. I wanted to go to second reading to at least give it a thorough hearing, because otherwise I'd be hearing not just from you guys sitting here, but remember, I hear from other people too, and there are other people who are on the other side of all of this. And you forget that I hear, and I think we all do. But it's like, put it to second reading, because otherwise it looks like you're not being transparent. And I know that's something a lot of you complain about. So we're gonna go to second hearing, I think. I'm gonna vote for it, and that's that. But I had to say something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you know, I'm gonna talk a little bit more broadly than just this particular item, because I think it applies, but again, as Counselor Scyther said earlier, it's really hard to separate at the end of the day why we're doing these and why we're having this conversation, because ultimately the reason we're here is because we need 22 acres of land for school, and we have a real facilities problem that we need to address as a community and make sure that we're giving our students and our teachers the best education that they can have. And a lot of the components of these things, like when I looked at them as we were at the negotiating table with the Downs, I always kind of tried to go back to the key things that I think are important when we're making decisions as a body, especially on complex items like this and in a school. So I asked myself, you know, does this deal actually, and these actions, help us address affordability and help stabilize the tax rate? The answer to that is yes. We will be better off financially by making these zoning changes, by having the TIF, even if we include it in the CEA. So the town will be better off so that we can build a school. You know, being able to make investments like this, like a school, are costly. It costs a lot of money to do this. And there is a huge concern about our ability to keep people in Scarborough, given that things are very unaffordable. So when we have this investment on the books, anything we can do, in my mind, that's going to help us stabilize the tax rate, at least for me, as a key part of my decision making, because I think that's super important and that impacts everyone in our town. You know, growth is always a factor when it comes to making decisions. You know, while this does create the possibility based on the changes that we would make for the potential for more development, you know, on those, you know, 15 plus additional acres that they would be getting that they don't have today. I think that's small in proportion of compared to like the need that we have to build this school. And I also have a lot of faith and trust that our rate of growth ordinance, which is really what dictates the pace of growth, will be in full effect. And that's something that the council, if the council feels is going too fast, we have a mechanism through supermajority to make that change. So it's not that we can't make adjustments if growth gets out of control. The environmental piece for this particular item was a concern for me coming from the planning board, and the environment is super important. You know, I think what we're contemplating with that 100-foot buffer, to me, makes me feel better that there'll be that space. That space is bigger than what would have to be in the VR4 zone today. So we're actually giving more space to Warren Woods. While I understand that the more impervious surfaces that will be created with the higher density growth could create issues, I also have faith that we made all the right ordinance changes with our stormwater ordinance this past year to make sure that we have the right measures in place to try and limit impact to the environment. So while I definitely agree that the planning board has an opinion, I also think there are other things at play here that I think we can affect by taking their opinions into play and making sure that we're enacting some of that, as well as the public. You know, we do have a crisis in our town with housing. It's all over the state. So in some essence, the growth, I think, that could be contemplated, I don't see it as a terrible thing. As somebody spoke tonight, I would love to see us direct it more to affordable. But again, the fact that affordable housing, but I also think affordable is important, where these options that the Downs is building are really, you know, at a rate that, you know, at least is within the realm for somebody to try and get in and get a condo or something that, again, you can't find a single family home in Scarborough for like under $700,000. It seems it's ridiculous. So we need to have places, especially if we want teachers, firemen, policemen, and other people to want to work here. We can't recruit people if we don't have a place for them to live. They don't want to drive 2 hours away to live somewhere else to be able to come here. So again, I'm looking at this whole package and I'm asking myself, not, is this good for the Downs or whatever? I'm looking at it, is this good for Scarborough? And, you know, I can say without a doubt, I think all of these things together are good for Scarborough. And at the same time, the ultimate goal of this is to build a school, which is a real need that we have to address. I know when we talk about the safety concern of the buffer, you know, I think of the safety concern of the students today. And I did the tour this past week and saw, you know, what it looks like from a safety concern. And, you know, I would much prefer to have a state-of-the-art building that has all of the modern safety mechanisms in place with maybe some apartments next to it than I would feel having the schools in the state they are today. So when I think of safety, I think the best solution is that location, irregardless of whether it's commercial or residential. I think the safety of the schools is paramount. And I think today there's definitely room for improvement. And I think the solution that voters have to vote on is going to be, you know, a better solution for our students. I do feel like we've tried our best, and I think there's always room for improvement to communicate and help bring the public along. I would say throughout this process, you know, we did take extra steps. We tried to be as transparent as we could. There was a lot of negotiations that unfortunately cannot be public. But as soon as we could be public, we put the information out there. We had multiple steps in decision making. Again, it's a challenge because a lot of times people don't have the time to participate. They don't have the time to come to the meetings until it's time to make a decision. And it was great to see new faces tonight and have people come, because I think that's what we ultimately want. We want that. But I do feel like when I hear, you know, we need to pause, we need to wait, I feel like we've been going through the process very diligently. And my concern of waiting at this point is, you know, at least when it comes to the school, it's a crisis, and there's only so much we can do to wait at this point. So time is a little bit against our backs if we want to make sure we solve the problem for the school. But again, I totally think we need to do a better job communicating with the public. I also think there definitely is this clear, and it's not new and it's known, and I guess I just don't know personally how to solve it, where there is this real palpable concern about the downs and what they represent. And I think as a council and as a town, like we should be that mollifying agent with residents and the developer to figure out how do we get everybody to live together, because we do live together now. Like we all are part of this community. And I feel like the past 3 years, my biggest failure on this council has been not figuring out how to solve that, so that the discussion we have today could have been more about the school as opposed to about a developer. But clearly that's an issue and we have to figure out how to address it. And I think that's something that the next council should really work to figure out, like, how do we build that bridge between the public and the developer? What are the problems that we can work to solve together? I mean, in my experience, when I first started, we did the Downtown Development Committee, which was a very good partnership between the town, the developers, the residents, to really try and figure out how could we create something that could be good for our community. And you know, it was great to see that partnership. And I hope we can find a way to find that partnership with the rest of the community to ultimately, you know, find a way to work together and live together well, because we have to. So with that, I am supportive of moving this particular item forward tonight, and, you know, looking forward to hopefully having a second reading on all these items and a workshop to really work through any tweaks, adjustments, things like that we think we need to do. And again, I truly do encourage more of the public to look into this. Again, some of these things are complex, so if anybody wants to sit down and talk, I'm available. I'm sure any counselor would also make themselves available. Our emails and our phone numbers are on the town webpage. So we're here to serve you, and we're here to listen, and we're also here to help give you the information that we have, which, you know, is harder to convey in this session, but something that at least I'm committed to do more. If you have questions, I'm happy to talk with you. So with that, I'm going to call this item. Can I, what do I say now? All those in favor? There we go. All those opposed? All right, motion passes 5-2. All right, next is non-action item. There are no non-action items. Next is item 10. I'm going to combine items 10 and 11, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports and council member comments. Anybody?
I usually go first.
Yeah, I
So I don't mind. I know, I saw you look down here. Communications Committee met last Thursday. And we laid out a schedule for Counselor Corner articles. We know that the transition of committees from when a new election, when the election happens and we onboard new members and then we reform our committees. One of the potential things that can drop off is the authors for our Counselor Corner spot in the e-newsletter. And so Nick and I kind of looked at who had written one recently, what the known composition of the council will be, and then kind of created a schedule. If a new committee forms, more quickly than Nick and I had kind of thought out, then that's totally fine. And they can take our list and throw it away. But I will circulate that with the council just so that everybody has that and has an idea of where we are in the calendar year and kind of how to keep the Counselor Corner articles coming should they, choose to do it that way. We also decided to host our 4th quarterly Counselor Corner Live on November 2nd, which is a Thursday, and the topic is going to be short-term rentals. We generated quite a lot of public comment around that at ordinance. And so we thought that that would be something, not that we have beaten the school to death over. So we thought maybe something fresh, something to get a different group of people out would be good to engage. And so that again will be Thursday, November 2nd at 6 p.m. at the Public Safety Building. And then I also just want to say really quickly that I would be remiss to not acknowledge that today is the 1-year passing of our dear Colette. And so I just want to say that my heart is with the staff and that she's certainly not forgotten. I think about her all the time.
I had a good question. Could you give a listing of the Counselor Corner or the articles?
I
and who-
can
and
I
the
can
Run has
do,
been on that, but the list has been, because my guess is I can think of one person who probably is the lead author, and I can think of one person who's probably.
sure. I'm happy to provide the list that I compiled of who has written one throughout the year and then also provide the kind of list that we had proposed. I'm happy to do that. I don't have it on me right now, but I will happily do that.
I have the schedule of upcoming
And
authors
paper.
right here.
Totally up to
Want
you.
me to just have a look?
Right. Any other?
And I can always be the last minute one.
Yeah.
So we did have a finance committee meeting last week. The fire chiefs came, fire chief and his senior staff came and really, it was very informative. They talked a lot about their operations, where they've been, where they're going, some of the forecasting tools that they use. So it was informative if somebody wants to catch up on that. The only other thing I want to say is this is actually going to be my last in-person meeting because I will be traveling on November 8th. If it's necessary for me to dial in, I will, obviously. But yeah, I'm going to be in Aruba. So it's an annual trip we go every year. So you're not going to feel too bad for me. But it's been a pleasure to serve with all of you and to work with town staff immensely. So it's been a real learning experience for me and a positive one. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Any other?
It's been a pleasure working with you, John. I really liked doing the finance committee. The fire department is going to be proposing a fee. So that's why they came to finance and they're going to be coming to council to proposing more fees. The ad hoc community center committee met and they are plugging right along and moving at lightning speed. They are talking about doing site tours, maybe around the coast here to look at some YMCA's and other facilities that they might want to look at, or maybe going down to Massachusetts. So that's something they're working on. And they're also proposing that maybe in January, we'll be ready for a community open house. So apparently we're going to be doing a lot of work in the next couple of weeks to get the programming and the sites and all that stuff together. The other exciting thing that's going to be coming down the line for the November meeting is that we created an ad hoc open space committee charge. that we've kind of tweaked and put together. So I'm hoping that everyone, if they have any, I'm hoping that people will be supportive of it. This is something that came out of the workshop that we had with the Conservation Commission back in April. And so now that the town is moving forward on doing the open space plan, we thought this was a good time to do the open space committee. So that's something that's coming down the line to you guys.
Great.
That's it.
Anyone else?
The Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee met last night and Vice Chair Darren Granata led the meeting. Great discussion. The top issue was parking. They're going to develop a position statement on that. And following on to some work we've already done with Tom and others, trying to sort out demands primarily down at the waterfront area. We call it the Pine Point Co-op, but it's not the co-op anymore. It's the, you know, it's the stern and the pier and the ramp and so forth. So, but Alfred Falzone will be drafting that, and they expect to have something ready for the council to discuss and then consider how to organize around it, around January timing, which is good because things really get going, in May, the May 15 to September 15 summer time cycle. But good discussion and really, interesting positions on stuff, pretty balanced in terms of interest. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that.
Councilor Katarina?
Yeah, it's getting late, so my brain's not working real well. Tomorrow night, we do have a firing range committee meeting at 7 o'clock in the police department. In the conference from the chief's conference room, but anyone is welcome, obviously from the public. We are going to need 2 new members, so we're going to have a couple of names coming forward from what I understand. So stay tuned. What we are working on, this firing range ordinance hasn't been looked at since 2002. So we're going to look at, because it's an old tradition in Maine that, you want to go and sight your gun or you want to do whatever, you go to the local gravel pit, or if you had a big enough yard, you'd go in your backyard and do that. And it's like, not so much anymore. So we really need to bring it up to date to see, do we want to allow for private firing ranges in the backyards of people's houses or not? And I've also suggested to the police chief and the other members that, we need to do a better job of letting people know what's available at firing ranges that are here in town already. We have one of the best not just in Maine, but in the region at Scarborough Fish and Game, for example. But anyway, so stay tuned, but tomorrow night at 7 and public's welcome.
Yeah, just letting everyone know that ordinance will not be meeting in November in anticipation of kind of a restructure possibly with the new council coming on board. So there were a couple leftover items. April alluded to possibly short-term rentals. Right? Short-term rentals are on there. There's some planting and some planting guidelines that have come forward with incredibly long lists of plants and trees and shrubberies that are going to need some evaluation and consideration. So whatever happens with that ordinance committee, I would expect, or if anyone that is out there in the public waiting for ordinance to meet so they can get some answers that they've been seeking, probably be in December, but happy to help with that transition if it's necessary to anyone that's taken over that committee down the road.
Great. So for me, I think you all heard, we'll probably have a workshop on the 8th, which John will be calling in from Aruba, it sounds like, perhaps. And, but if you can't call in, I hope you can provide some of your input into some of these things that you think can help move the discussion forward. I do also want to say, since you're here in person, just how much I've learned from you over the past 3 years I've been on the council. You have a brilliant mind, and you look at things in ways that I can't always follow, but eventually I get there. And so I just totally appreciate everything you've brought to this community with your service. And I hope you're just taking a year off and relaxing and then decide in the future to run, or I hope to see you on committees. I hope to see you around. I think you still have so much to give to this community. And I hope when some counselors leave, they kind of go away. I hope you're not one of them. I hope you're one that continues to stick around because we in the community need you. Everything you've been able to do to help the staff, get us all kind of, like, I feel like you've upped my game in terms of my knowledge on finances that I don't think I could have gotten to without you. So I'm just super thankful for everything you've done and wish you the best of luck in what you do and how you fill your time not doing all this fun stuff that we just did tonight. So I just really want to thank you. Yeah. All right. So with that, call adjournment. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor? It's unanimous.